Jim Dunaway.
There's a clock on the wall that I cannot see 'cause of you. There's a clock on the wall that I cannot read spite of you. Late at night I see it and think, would I be the same as what I see?
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Fun show ahead. Clay Travis is with us. He'll be in town in a couple of weeks. Can't wait to hang out with Clay. Tom Luginbill with us on the show. Clay at 10, starting hour 2. Luginbill starting hour number 3. Brandon Marcello, one of my favorites, national writer for 24/7, will be with us to start the final hour at 12 noon. Brian Harson, the best of his news conference yesterday. Well, I liked one of the things he did at his news conference yesterday. We'll talk about that as we move throughout the show. 205-734-0923, 205-734-0923. Feels like we're really getting into this football season now. We start the second quarter of the college football season. We're through week 2 of the NFL. Let's start there last night. Monday Night Football. Packers, they get good Aaron Rodgers back. I don't know if he showered enough for you, LT, but he threw enough touchdown passes.
You know, the funniest thing, the first thing I noticed with the mullet coming out of the back of the helmet, it looked like it was washed. And I'm not kidding. There was a difference. And I'm not exaggerating, Rockstar. I don't want to put you on the spot right here. But if you look at Aaron Rodgers from last week against New Orleans to Aaron Rodgers this week, he looked like he had showered.
Yeah, he played a lot better for sure, and the team just dominated. Now it's the Lions. So how much do you take? How much do you take in? This is the NFL equivalent of beating an FCS team.
No, I mean, it kind of is. I mean, look, I thought Jared Goff played well in the first half, and then you saw good Jared Goff, you saw bad Jared Goff. This is what I saw for 4 years in Los Angeles. But Aaron Rodgers to come in to talk to the media after it and say everybody was talking a lot of shit, and I'm glad we proved our point. It was the Lions. It was the Lions. That's what you're supposed to do. You're a double-digit favorite. You're at home. You're 9-2 in your career against Detroit.
22 of 27, 4 touchdowns. It was Aaron Jones who had the night of his life. 3 touchdowns receiving, 1 running. In that game, Brownie, he loses a necklace that has his father's ashes in it, and they can't find it. It's on the turf somewhere. He says afterwards, hey, if I was going to lose it anywhere, he would have wanted me to lose it here at Lambeau Field.
Well, I mean, that's unfortunate. It's got his dad's ashes in it.
Well, obviously, it's not that big of a necklace. It doesn't have all of
his ashes. His dad could have been a small man.
I don't know how small Alvin was.
I don't think you can fit a toe in a necklace.
I have no idea. But, obviously you wear that because he means a lot to you, so you want to wear it during the game. But you're also taking a significant risk that this is going to happen if you wear it during the game. So I guess, he evaluated that.
I've never understood this. It was like Julio Jones doing donuts on Lake Burton, wearing, like a 10-carat diamond earring.
Correct.
And then had divers searching for it for hours.
Like you're going to find that.
But, there's certain things that you probably, if it's that valuable, you only wear them certain places. And, wearing the dad's ashes, I know, he was at all of his games. Maybe bring it, put it in the locker room. But to wear it out there on the field.
For anyone else who went on your honeymoon and you have a new wedding ring that doesn't really fit great sometimes, my honeymoon, I would just move my hand. Now, my fingers have gotten a little chunkier since then, but I would just move my hand the right way.
I'll make you feel better. I've had 2 friends had to have theirs cut off.
Oh, really?
Nice.
Yeah, I will never get to that point. I'll just stop wearing it. But I'm getting to my point. On my honeymoon, I'd swing my hand and it would come off on the table or on the bed or whatever. And then I was worried about it. Oh, I don't want to lose the wedding ring. We went back to the same place for our 5-year anniversary. By then, I didn't care if I lost the wedding ring or not. I mean, it would come off in the same place. I'd be like,
look, if
there it is. There it is.
This is rule number 1. If you're going to lose the wedding ring, lose it when you're with the wife. You lose that wedding ring on a bachelor party?
You're not going to believe that one.
That's a life advice right there, a life hack from LT right off the bat. But go ahead.
We were married August 5th, and I lost mine that Labor Day weekend. We were back down at the beach, and I was playing football in the ocean with a buddy of mine, and went low, made the catch. I think Review held it up. But for whatever reason, like the ocean water just sucked it right off.
No, the undertow, it's dangerous.
And that was before, like now, I would never go to the ocean wearing my wedding ring. Like, I'm going to take it off. But, at the time, you're new. I've been married 3 weeks. I didn't know.
I've done those little rubber workout band things.
You didn't like them? I've thought about going to one of those.
I just didn't like it. I think I went, black.
Yeah.
And
you think you did?
Stop it.
Yeah. It didn't work for Carson Wentz on Sunday.
Yeah,
he was wearing one,
and it just stood out so much more than this platinum
Is that the
does.
point?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know, Brown.
Do you take? I take mine off every night when I
I do
go
too
home.
when I go to sleep,
Yeah.
and I didn't last night.
Right.
Dunaway didn't wear one for like 5 years.
You always point that out. Thank you.
No, but I mean,
And I've
I
told
just
you 1,000
noticed.
times why, and it just never registers with you.
I still forgot.
Yeah, I know. Every time you bring it
When
up.
did you start reading it or wearing it again?
This summer.
Okay.
Yeah. So last night, Aaron Rodgers.
No, there's a lot of people that don't wear them. I don't know what the big deal is.
The Packers last night, they get back to 1-1. It's one of those great moments in the NFL, that week 2 where you lose in week 1, you lose and you get a win in week 2 to keep from going 0-2. Nobody wants to be 0-2. We don't know how the 0-2 factor works when it comes to the 17-game schedule and such, but for the Green Bay Packers and the Lions being the opponent last night, that's what we were getting to. How much do you factor in with this? Do you believe the Packers are back? In fact, let's just do our NFL power ranking right now. If I said, how far down do you have to go until you get to the Green Bay Packers? How far do you have to go?
Ooh, I don't trust the defense. Aaron Jones is a weapon. Obviously, Devontae Adams, one of the best wide receivers in football. Aaron Rodgers, still Aaron Rodgers. I still think I might take 3 teams in the West in front of the Packers. I mean, it's hard. This is what's so weird about this exercise is based on the Saints we saw against Carolina.
I know.
There's no way that Saints team beats Green Bay,
But
they
if
just beat them
only
by
they had
35.
played, yeah.
So, it's really a weird exercise at this point. I think they're still a top 10 team, I guess. I don't trust the defense, though.
Well, I made it a Cowan Equipment poll question, and we'll get to that right off the bat. You can always jump on our Twitter account at Next Round Live, and that's one place you can vote on our Cowan Equipment poll question. I'll read the question to you after LT tells us about Cowan.
Hey, our friends at Cowan Equipment, proud to partner with the Next Round on our new venture. Would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us at cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. For more information, cowan.com.
175 quick votes there. The question is, you decide who is number 1 in the NFL power ratings right now. Buccaneers, Chiefs, Rams, or someone else, other. Would you go someone else, or would you take one of those 3? Brown, you start us off.
I think I would still say the Chiefs, even at 1-1. I know they're 1-1, and they were, you can call them fortunate to win against the Browns or clutch to win against the Browns, however you want to do that. They came back and won. They lost to Baltimore on the road. It's a tough place to play. It was a desperate Baltimore team trying to avoid going 0-2. I still think I'd take the Chiefs at 1-1.
I think I would take the Bills. I think it would take the Bills.
Also 1-1.
Yeah, you go back to double-digit lead at halftime. They had a miscue on special teams that cost them a touchdown against Pittsburgh. I think if you played that game again, they would beat Pittsburgh. I just think it was, just one of those moments. It's impossible to go undefeated in the NFL, but I think I would go Buffalo right now.
I think so. You'd be in the other category. I couldn't put all the teams in there. I personally would go with the Rams, and I'm not saying that to poke fun or anything. I just think the Rams are the best team in the NFL. We'll see when we get there, and I know you've had the injury to Akers that could impact it. First 180 votes, 70% saying the Buccaneers right now. And I don't like the back end of their defense again this year. The Chiefs are next, the Rams, and then only 6% going with other, the Bills or someone else. I think I would go, of the 3 I gave you, I think I would go Rams, Chiefs, Buccaneers. And I may throw the Bills in front of the Bucs as well.
And I think we'll learn a lot about the Bucs the next 2 weeks. I mean, you're at the Rams, you're at the Patriots.
My point being, we are not buying the Packers after the win over the FCS Lions last night.
Nope.
We don't feel like no offense, Rockstar.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I don't know how you can be offended by that.
It's the second time.
Yeah, it's the Lions, right? Why am I having to watch them and it not being Thanksgiving? Why are they on my Monday Night Football?
We get a much better gauge where this Packer team is next week when they play in San Francisco.
Yeah.
On Sunday night.
Yeah.
Now, I know San Francisco is, again, already banged up. We were talking about it before the show that T.J. Yeldon, they're going to bring him in, and you might have an opportunity to get some yards even next Sunday night if he's able to make this squad. But, I mean, they've already lost 3 running backs.
Well, I saw CBS Sports. They did the same exercise, NFL Power Rankings. They went Tampa Bay, San Francisco, Kansas City. They
San
put San
Francisco.
that high.
I'm not buying that. I mean, San
I
Francisco. I think they're good. I wouldn't make them the second best team in the NFC or the NFL.
Coming into the
NFL.
year, I had San Francisco, Buffalo, Super Bowl, but again, these injuries already.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they actually put the Browns up there with the Rams, Cardinals, and Buffalo. Do you think the Browns are in that conversation?
I think the Browns can be in that conversation. Their ability to run the football. I mean, once Odell is 100%, that's going to be a really dangerous team.
Matt jumps in with, I enjoyed the Manning broadcast last night, week 2 of that. Fantastic again. I didn't watch any of it again last night.
Yeah, I was full game on the Mannings. I don't even go to the normal broadcast. I mean, I start with the Mannings and end with the Mannings.
Well,
It's been so enjoyable to me.
Last week, the ratings were,
They weren't great.
800,000 people watched the Mannings compared to what it was on ABC and ESPN, which I think was around 15 million combined.
Yeah.
And 800,000 watched the Mannings. So there was a lot of people that chose not to watch the Mannings. But I would imagine with the Lions playing, that a lot more people decided to sample it since it wasn't a real football game, that they went over to watch the Mannings.
It was an FCS.
No offense, Rockstar.
It just shows you, though,
why did you not used to wear your wedding ring?
Hey, by the way, they led at halftime. Let's not
the
forget
FCS Rams. It shows you that Twitter sometimes is not real life. I mean, we get absorbed in Twitter because we spend a lot of time there. All Twitter talks about is the Mannings. Like everything that happens on the Mannings. That's all you see on Twitter if you're following sports people. Yet you look at the overall numbers, and a very, very, very small percentage actually watch that.
And that's why it's hard to believe. I don't believe these overall numbers.
You don't believe the TV ratings?
Nope. Oh. I mean, I haven't talked to anybody that watches Steve Levy and Louis Riddick and Brian Griese.
Well, how many people have you talked to, though?
Well, I mean, probably 15 or 20 about Monday Night Football, but still. No, but I'm talking about not one person is watching the broadcast.
How many people in America?
There's 350 million or so.
Yep.
But I mean,
of his cross section of 15 or 20 people.
That's how the ratings work. Though.
That really is.
They talk to a small cross section.
No, but you think about it. Out of those 15 or 20, at least half should say they're watching ESPN.
Your new nickname is Gallup. That's your own little Gallup poll right there, my friend.
Do you guys believe those numbers?
I think they're pretty good at doing these numbers, yeah. I mean, they've been doing them for decades.
Yeah, but the thing is, I mean, if you're an NFL fan, you would rather watch the Mannings. You're not going to watch. I mean, those guys they're kind of stiff.
Well, but it's not. Some people, Lance, just don't have the appetite for, I want my game and I want it the way I want it. You don't get a ton of crowd noise. You do get a lot of goofing around. There are a lot of people that aren't there for entertainment. They're there for a daggum football game, and I want my X's and O's. And you get a lot of X's and O's there, but you also get Gronk, who's basically saying he doesn't watch film.
The first time you said X's and O's, you threw an extra syllable in there.
X's and O's.
X's and O's.
X's and O's. I want my X's and O's. And, I mean, there's a lot of people that want that, and they don't want the humor that goes along with it. I'm fine with the humor that goes along with it. Again, I'll say, when the Dolphins are on Monday Night Football, I'm going to watch you boys.
I'm right there
and
with
Riddick
you.
and those guys. But every other week, I'm on the Mannings. It's very entertaining.
Yeah, that's why I enjoy the Red Zone so much more than just watching a normal game on Saturday and on Sundays. I just enjoyed the Red Zone. I mean, it bounces me to every game. They'll quad box me, and I'll watch 2 touchdowns happen at one time, and it's awesome.
Can we bring up one point on this game before we let it go? Because everybody will look at the final score. This is what Green Bay was supposed to do. And look, I had Green Bay minus the 11.5. I'm glad they got home and won the game by 18. It came down to a final heave to the end zone that I know Pat McAfee was sweating as well.
Yes.
I think I had you at 13-4 this weekend on lanceslock.com. Is that close?
We were 3-0 on Sunday, 9-4 on Saturday, and 1-0 last night.
So 14-4.
Yeah.
14-4. Pretty. Hey, it's a good weekend.
Yeah, good weekend.
That'll win some money.
Yeah, we'll take that. But there were 2 points to this game. So Detroit's up 17-14. They took the opening kickoff, went straight down, went up 7-0. Up 17-14. Packers open the third. They get possession. They've got a 3rd and 12. If they don't complete that 50-yard pass to Devontae Adams, this game could turn out differently. And then even, with 5.5 minutes to go in the third quarter, it's a 21-17 game, and it's 4th down and 1 at Green Bay's 25. If Detroit converts that 4th and 1, they let Goff throw the football, by the way. I think I probably would have gone to Williams or
I think I'll run it. Yeah, I don't put it in Goff's hands.
But if they convert there, they go up 24-21. That game is completely different. So Green Bay, I know they win this game going away in the fourth quarter. This game was a lot closer.
That was another thing on the Mannings is on that 3rd and 12 you're talking about, Lance. They run an out and up, and the out's at about 6 or 7 yards, and Eli's like, Why is the DB biting on the out? It's 3rd and 12.
Yeah, 3rd and 12. Don't
why
bite on
are you
that
biting
thing.
on an out?
Yeah, let him have
It's
that 6.
Yeah,
Great
you give
point.
him 6 yards all night.
That's Monday Night Football last night, brought to you in part by our friends at Mortgage Right, where you can get tickets to a great college football game coming up.
The home game of your choice. If you want some free tickets to watch your favorite college football team, you go to mortgageright.com/TNR. That's the next round, TNR. Submit a mortgage application. Any application filled out during the month of September automatically is entered into this contest. Now, the lucky winner is going to be drawn October 1. So if you want that winner to be you, here's what you do. mortgageright.com/TNR and just start an application. That is all you got to do. mortgageright.com/TNR. Mortgage Right, NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
All right, one other note from the NFL before we jump into what is going on in college football really tonight is the Urban Meyer experiment down in Jacksonville, 0-2 now. And yesterday, the Jacksonville Jaguars on all their social media platforms send out basically a motivational poster from the head coach, Urban Meyer. It's an Urban Meyer quote where I think he was paraphrasing the great Tim Tebow. He's basically asking Jag fans not to give up on this young team. It's a work in progress. And if you go and look at their official account, I'll pull it up so I get this exactly right.
Hey, as you're pulling that, Dunaway, when you look at their schedule, they might not win until Thanksgiving weekend.
Who'd they play? Lions?
They play the Falcons. No.
Keep going.
Yes.
Rocky, you're going to have to get a little more aggressive on him
No
today.
offense.
No, it's just that it's a bad joke. But keep going.
Wow.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Rockstar's not, he's not offended.
No,
He's offended by the humor.
Sorry. I'll bring a wig and do it next week.
It's just about 4 times. the
Unfortunately,
FCS.
they don't play Detroit this year.
FCS Detroit.
They've got the Falcons on 11/28.
It's almost the same
But
thing.
you tell me if they're going to win these games. They've got Cardinals this week.
That's a toss-up.
You think that's
All the
Cardinals
NFL
and
games
the
are
Jags?
toss-up. No, the Cardinals.
I'll take Cardinals.
Yeah, I mean, unless Kyler throws 3 or 4 interceptions,
Yeah.
which
Which he
is a
can
possibility.
do.
They play at the Bengals. The Bengals are improved.
Yeah,
I don't see Jacksonville
these are
winning
all
on the
going to
road.
look like a loss because it's Jacksonville.
They've got the Titans.
Yeah,
They've got your Dolphins.
yeah. I mean, who knows?
They got to go to Seattle.
Probably
They've
their-
got the Bills. They got to go to the Colts. They've got the 49ers.
Dolphins are the easiest game in there. Go ahead.
Then they've got the Falcons, and then right after that, they got to go play at the Rams.
It's going to be fun.
It's going to be a long season.
Here's the Urban Meyer thing. Hang in there with us. We're going to get better. The one thing about Jacksonville and the 904, go to sleep knowing there's not going to be any group working harder to get this thing flipped. Signed, Urban Meyer.
Okay, I do have a lot of confidence in Urban Meyer. I think this roster is not as bad as it has played. It has looked to be a mess, though, especially in Week 1 against the Texans. Say this against Denver. Denver's not a bad team with Teddy Bridgewater. They almost played a single-digit game. They lost by 10.
For those watching, you see the Urban Meyer poster they sent out yesterday, basically a social media poster. Hang in there with us. We're going to get better. The one thing that bothers me here, go to sleep knowing there's not going to be any group working harder to get this thing flipped. Didn't Tebow's speech sort of sound?
Yeah.
No, that no one's going to work harder to get this turned around or something?
They did a statue for that one. I don't
Yeah,
think Urban's
that's
going to
what-
get a statue for this.
That's what I'm asking. Was Urban trying to sort of
Sounds like it.
do his own Tebow version there of the speech?
If they open 0-10 and then they lose to the Rams on the road the next week and then they're at the Titans the week after that, if they're 1-12 to start the season, that is the end of college football. That's the middle of December.
Right.
Is there any chance at that point Urban Meyer taps out and says, you know what, Mike Bone, that USC gig looks pretty good?
Yeah, if they haven't filled it by then, I mean, that would be an easy way out. Bobby Petrino didn't make it one season
No,
in
I think
Atlanta,
it's 13 games, right?
and went to Arkansas.
Yeah. Dark of the night.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now,
So,
he didn't have Trevor Lawrence.
He did not. He had
did
Matt
not.
Ryan. I know he had Michael Vick.
no, he had Michael Vick that was on his way to prison.
That's
Yeah,
right. He had
uh,
Chris Redman.
Chris Redmond.
Yeah.
Big difference there. Michael Vick and Petrino probably would have stayed. That is our NFL coverage today, brought to you by our friends at Nut Dust. Getting a little heated on those down in Jacksonville in the 904 as they go to sleep every night, dusted up.
Nut Dust, redefining the use and feel of body powder. Nut Dust is talc-free. It's an all-natural body powder. It's great for all over the body, feet, below the belt. Available in 4 great scents: Naked, Voyager, Laddie, and Wildling. All day, every day, Nut Dust has got you covered. For more information, visit officialnutdust.com. Put in that promo code NR20 for 20% off your entire purchase, including those great T-shirts. Check out their merchandise and the great product, officialnutdust.com.
All right, Brownie, explain to me what we're doing tonight on the SEC Network at 6 o'clock. We're releasing the schedules.
The next year schedule, yeah.
2022, the 2022 college football schedule in the SEC being released tonight. Things you know about SEC scheduling is you play everybody in your division.
Right.
You have one permanent crossover.
Right.
We already know who our out-of-conference games are years in advance.
Correct.
And there's one crossover game that there's already a set pattern, so we know who that's going to be next year, like Alabama and Vandy, Auburn, Missouri. We know that's the crossover game. So why are we doing a TV show, and why are we doing it in the middle of the season?
Because this is more about the order of the games, I guess.
Okay.
And this tells you specifically, like if you're an Alabama-Auburn fan, that SEC opponent you're going to catch right before the Iron Bowl, which used to be the FCS team. I guess this will give you when your bye weeks are going to be.
Yeah.
So you'll know when your byes are going to fall.
Can I say two things that would excite me tonight?
Sure.
One, if they show me there's 9 games instead of 8.
Okay.
Or 10 games instead of 8.
I think you would know that by now because it would have had to have been voted on.
Yeah. But, that would be a great breaking news banner.
Right.
If at 6 o'clock tonight I'm not watching Alyssa Lang or whoever's tossing to this, and all of a sudden Twitter goes crazy. Oh, there's 9 SEC games next year or 10.
No, I'd be pumped about that.
I'd be fired up about that. Mm-hmm. And if Alyssa Lang or whoever does it tonight starts off by going, all right, we're going to unveil the 2022 schedules in the SEC next year. Let's start with Texas. If she does that, and how funny would it be if she meant, let's start with Texas, A&M. That would be hilarious.
Now, that's a good line.
Are you guys not a little surprised based on the fact that we heard, obviously Oklahoma, Texas coming to this conference back in the middle of the summer, and, the date was 2024, but it could be sooner. Now, why would you go on and announce this schedule if you could somehow work out a deal with Oklahoma and Texas to get out of the Big 12 and come in sooner? Because if you announce the schedule, it's done. They're not going to be in the conference next year. And I don't know about you guys. I had a feeling if I was betting money, I thought it was almost even money that we would start with Oklahoma, Texas in 2022.
Kind of felt that way too. But, I'm sure Greg Sankey has a fallback plan here. We're going to announce this, but guys, we're going to have to be very, very fluid here because who knows what's going to happen.
And you know what he could have brought up with all of the athletic directors? Now, you guys remember this season called 2020.
That's right.
We had to reschedule everything. Right. We were able to put that together in less than a month. So if we can get this worked out with Texas, Oklahoma, let's go on and lay this out. But we might have a contingency plan down the road. We have to regroup and put together another schedule with these two teams involved.
Yeah, so we will get the public schedule tonight, maybe somewhere in a vault. There is an alternative schedule, right?
Or if they do hold dates. We're holding this date for a potential conference game.
You can't book this date.
That's right.
These are blackout dates.
That's right. This is a hold date.
All right. That's segment number 1 today. You can be part of the conversation always several different ways. As many people are saying right here, Blake says, with the release of the 2022 SEC schedule tonight, what are the odds they have to change it since Oklahoma and Texas could jump to the SEC next season?
Good odds.
It would be good odds. They have to change if they jump. But tonight, the fact they're releasing this may tell us it is going to be 2023 at the soonest. We'll find out. A.U. Chase says they released Tebow so he could ghostwrite for Urban Meyer. Sort of what it sounded like, A.U. Chase there. All that's happening in the chat rooms as you watch us this morning, whether you're watching us on Twitter or Facebook Live, on Twitch, or there on YouTube Live. We appreciate you being along. You can also jump in with us on Twitter at Next Round Live there, and you can do it on Instagram at Next Round Live. And also, you can call us up, 205-734-0923, 205-734-0923. Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at Truckworks. Listen, how many times do you get an opportunity to change your career at some point in your life to a company that's described as fun and one of the best jobs and best places you can work for? That's what you get with Truckworks right now. And they've got openings in sales, management, service techs, deliveries, and a lot more. And here's the deal. You don't have to have experience in any of these things to get a job with Truckworks right now. They are Alabama and Mississippi's premier commercial truck dealer, and they're hiring and they're looking for awesome people who want to join their team and they're absolutely no minimum experience required. They'll find a job for you. To see the open positions, hit the Join Our Team tab on the website, truckworks.com. That's works with an X, truckworks.com. The next round comes back with one of my favorite coaches and one guy I'm starting to like a lot in the SEC. It's next.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Nothing to do tonight? Wanna bet? It's nonstop gaming action at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You'll find the latest and greatest games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. Wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
All right, guys, I don't know about you, but there is one game I don't ever want to be out of. And that's why I'm glad we have the Alabama Men's Clinic right here in Birmingham. They have treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. There are many different causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. The Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. You can set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. I know what you're thinking. A lot of guys actually just take a pill, but sometimes that pill doesn't work, or it can give you unwanted side effects. Let the pros come up with your game plan. There's no need to wait. Depression, anxiety, a new connection with that special person in your life. It could be all just one important play away. Call 205-598-7000 or get back in the action at alabamamensclinic.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com. No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whatever your preference, we have everything from tequila cocktails and an extensive bourbon category to local craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails. And don't forget about that 29-degree man-sized drafts. It's Twin Peaks at the Patton Creek Shopping Centers.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Ship happens. Give us a call to get ship started. Call Griffin and Jeff today, 205-605-8101. You can always go online. Go to getshipstarted.com.
Ship happens to get ship done. Don't ever have an accident. Ship yourself. Don't ever have an accident and ship yourself.
Go to getshipstarted.com.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Next round, segment number 2 today on this Tuesday. Later on, our stock reports today, part of our spotlight. Upset alert tomorrow. I'm going to actually plan out. I'm going to plan out my upset alert for tomorrow.
Really? You're not going to let it sneak up like segment before Brown? I've got to pick a team.
I think I'm going to set aside some time tonight and try to get a winner of my upset alert. I'm 0 for 3.
It's got to be a pretty good race. Have you got the standings there for me and Lance?
Usually, Brown, when I'm not in first place, I struggle to keep up with things.
Yeah. I remember one time.
You'd see this on Twitter if he was in first place.
Hey, Rockstar, I remember one time, you might remember this, way back in the old Pick 3 days before we doubled it to the Pick 6.
Who's on the leaderboard, Brown?
No. Yeah, that used to happen. Then one time, Dunaway's like, I don't think it's the best idea if we announce our records.
I don't remember that. I
I let down and Dunaway's at third place. I'm like, well, I'm sure.
I've got my score, which is 0.
Yeah.
Now, you each had 2 points.
I think I'm up 1 point on you.
Well, no, what do I get for the outright?
Well, how many points were the underdog?
I think 9.
9? Well, you get 3 points. That gets you to 5.
Yeah.
I had an 11-point underdog outright win.
You get 3 points. So 5-5, even though you're unbeaten. And you
I'm
were
unbeaten. I missed one.
You're unbeaten?
Yeah.
Well, you missed the first one.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
How'd I miss the first one?
You had like Texas State or something. You ended up doubling up because you've had 2 outright winners.
Yeah.
I don't think that's right.
Yeah. I think it is.
I thought you were keeping the standings.
Yeah. I lied. Anytime.
You know who would not be good at the upset alert?
Anytime I can come off the top rail and elbow you, I'm keeping up now. 5-5 and 0.
I will tell you who would not be good at the upset alert, and that is Wimp. As good as he is at the blue plate, because he will not play an underdog.
Yeah, he will not.
He's 4-0 on the blue plate, though.
Upset alert coming tomorrow. By the way, on our Pick 6, brought to you by Buffalo Wild Wings every week. Another record number of participants this week. No 6-0s for the first time. And Forrester, how many 5-1s do we have? I think it was 13 5-1s.
We're starting to catch up with you.
13 5-1s. So that means we had 11 6-0s the first week that are into the finals, 1 6-0 in week 2 into the finals. Now 13 more people in the finals at 5-1. Only 13 5-1s. But
tough, man.
Congratulations. You punched your ticket for week 13 and the finals coming up. You can punch your ticket to getting that roof repaired with my buddy Greg Nelson. Greg from Pell City, Storm Restoration Roofing, one of the most respected roofing contractors in the Southeastern Conference footprint. Greg is a guy we recommend all the time on the show. Even Rockstar has used him. I've used him before. You should too. It is so easy to find his company. First, you can call him up, 205-542-3531, 542-3531, or you can simply look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook, and he'll get back to you. Locally owned for over 20 years, A-plus rating with a Better Business Bureau. The insurance companies trust these guys, so that means they're going to work with you, so the insurance company takes care of the bill. And if you haven't had your roof inspected in the last few years, especially with all the storms we have here in the South every summer, Greg will come out and give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no-cost inspection if you call 205-542-3531. There's no obligation, so why wouldn't you get your roof inspected by Greg? 205-542-3531, or just look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg with Storm Restoration Roofing. All right, first off, Shane Beamer. Now, he's a little bit of a butthole in this comment here, but he's right about this. I don't like all other people on Twitter criticizing the questions that are asked in news conferences. Now, are every question asked in news conferences great questions? No, they're not. But if you got to ask a guy a question 5 days a week, I mean, there's only so many questions you can ask a coach after a football game, right? I saw people all over Twitter saying this is a horrible question. It's not a horrible question. It's not a great question. Guy's not going to win an Emmy for this question, but it's not a horrible question. The response, though, is absolutely the truth, and it tells you Shane Beamer is in touch with reality on where South Carolina football is. Here we go.
What were they doing to maybe make things physical on the offensive side and maybe being able to get a push?
Who was doing?
Georgia's defensive line, what were they doing to maybe make things difficult on the offense?
They've got like 100 5-star football players on their defense. They have a defensive lineman that weighs 340 pounds and runs better than everybody on this call. They've got 5-star defensive backs. They're big and physical and fast. I mean, other than that, they're really freaking good. That's why they have the top defense in the country. They're hard to run the football on. So there wasn't some magical scheme they came out with tonight. They got 5-star recruits everywhere, and they play really physical. Damn.
He gave me a damn.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I didn't get the at the end.
Yeah.
The rest of the answer is 100% true. I had no problem with the question either. I don't think it's that bad a question.
No.
The guy's asking why you couldn't run the ball.
Yeah, why
Just say, look,
couldn't you stop those
They
guys?
got a ton of talent. Hey, they're better than us. Hey,
Yeah.
look, we've got to build this thing up. I just took this thing over. We're fortunate to be 2-1 right now. Boy, that makes you pull against Shane Beamer.
I like the fact he's in touch with reality that those guys are a lot better than us guys right now. And I don't think he can ever get that kind of talent at South Carolina, but at least he knows what he's got to get to go up against Georgia. I sort of like honesty, and
I sort of like honesty.
well, I do. I like it when a coach.
Yeah, but
he's no coach speak there.
Well, you can be honest, and you don't have to be disrespectful at the same time. And I thought that was really disrespectful.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. And it was disrespectful to the person asking the question.
Well, and just, I mean, like, oh my gosh, like, why would you ask that question? You should know better.
Yeah. The coach I do really love, and we don't have Sam from this because it was a interview with a guy who was just writing, no video, I don't think. But Sam Pittman of Arkansas, we all know what their schedule is coming up.
Brutal is what it is.
And he says, listen, we play number 1, we play number 2, we play number 7 this weekend. We play number 13. And he started naming all the teams we still play.
Oh, he's right.
And he says, hey, maybe I should be on the College Football Playoff Selection Committee because at the end of the year, I'm going to know who the best teams in the country are.
Right.
I mean, that's spot on, right? That's great.
I mean, he gets up close and personal every single week. And I, again, man, I really am a fan of what he was able to do last year with that 3-7 squad, but even more of a fan of how much they've improved defensively this year. This just feels like the game that A&M's going to pop out. And Calzada's going to play really well. Spiller's going to play well.
So this is the coming out party for Texas A&M. It's going to be the pop of the balloon for the Hogs?
I think this could be. I mean, I'm going to be pulling hard for Arkansas.
So Arkansas's 3-0. If your life depended on getting their final record exactly right, I'm not talking close. I mean, like, Lance, we take you out back and we put a bullet in you if you can't get their record right.
Impossible.
Well, I mean, if your life depended on it, where would you go?
Oh, okay. So they lose this week. They lose to Georgia. They lose to Ole Miss. I think they beat Auburn right now. They beat Arkansas Pine Bluff. I think they beat State. They lose to LSU, lose to Alabama, beat Missouri. What's that?
I think that's 6-6. Yeah, because they got 3 wins right now, and you had them beating Auburn, Arkansas, Pine Bluff, and Missouri.
I would say
I think that's about right.
6-6. Where would you go, Dunaway?
I think I would go 7-5.
Well, that would be incredible with that schedule.
What a job for him if he's
Incredible.
7-5. He's got to find 4 more wins. Your only layup is Arkansas Pine Bluff. That is it.
Yep. So now I need 3 more.
Now you need 3 more out of this group. A&M at a neutral site, at Georgia, at Ole Miss, Auburn at home, State at home, at LSU, at Alabama, Missouri at home. You got to find 4 wins out of that to get to 7.
Yeah.
Or 3 more out of that, I'm sorry, to get to 7. It's going to be hard to find 3 wins in that group of games.
Jason says Auburn has to play the same tough schedule.
They do.
Yes, they do. But Arkansas plays Auburn. Auburn plays Arkansas. Which one makes it tougher, Jason?
Well, what's the line in that
it's
game,
a compliment
Lance?
to Auburn if
Well,
we think Arkansas is tougher.
I said this the other day. If that game's in Jordan-Hare, Auburn's favorite. I like Auburn. The game's in Fayetteville. Arkansas is going to be a slight favorite right now.
So maybe it is tougher on Auburn. I don't know. I think Auburn's got a better roster than Arkansas. I don't know that Auburn's got better coaching than Arkansas. I mean, Sam Pittman's done a phenomenal job. And we always talk about Sam Pittman. I don't know that Barry Odom gets enough mention. Time and time again last year, Barry Odom had teams off kilter on offense. Even Alabama, as good an offense as we've ever seen at Alabama.
Yeah, and they ended up giving up a lot of points last year, but they played really hard.
They did.
And it seems like they've made the adjustments, and it's a much better defense this year.
I mean, because when everybody was going nuts about the Texas game, welcome to life on the road in the SEC, Texas, I made the point, guys, this is on the road against a team that'll do well to be bowl eligible. And that's the truth. I mean, we just did the exercise. They're going to have to do.
By the way, Jacob was counting at home. 7-5 is what you had him, LT.
Okay,
as you read him off fast.
I'll drop one of those games. I think 6-6 is more realistic. 7-5, as you said, I mean, would be absolutely incredible. If Arkansas gets the Texas A&M team we saw in Boulder this week, it will be like Arkansas, Texas. And Arkansas will win that game going away.
Yeah, and there's a possibility that could happen because Barry Odom is that good of a defensive coordinator. He gave everyone the book when Bo Pelini couldn't do it last year with Mike Leach new to the conference. The very next week, Barry Odom gave everybody, here's how you beat Mike Leach.
Completely shut them down.
Yeah.
Rush 3, drop 8, and
good luck.
No answer.
Typically, you can't have a terrible loss to a top 16 team. But if Jimbo drops this game, this is a terrible loss.
Yeah, because it also is a rivalry game that is becoming a little bit more heated because the Arkansas people are not happy about having to play this game at Cowboy Stadium as the contract wants it. Sam Pittman, very honest, I'm not happy about it. Wish the game was in Fayetteville this week. If this game was in Fayetteville this week, I'd be worried about the Aggies.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. It's a weird rivalry that seems like a close game, but Texas A&M has dominated it of late.
Part of our show being brought to you today by our friends at Odie's on this Tuesday. That means we're one day away from you guys hitting trivia again.
Yeah, it's Birmingham Institution. Odie's located right there in Crestline Village. Rodney Davis cooking up incredible lunches and dinners, including the award-winning wings, burgers, my personal favorite, that Diablo sandwich, inside or outside on that great patio, ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Stop in, see Will Haver and that great staff. And as Dunaway said, don't forget, tomorrow night, Odie's Team Trivia will get started at 8 o'clock. Me, Rocky, Will Haver. Come see us, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Hey, listen, we'll do our stock up, stock down coming up. Riley says, I want to know if LT was still smoking that bluegrass after this past weekend. I think you're talking about Kentucky.
Yeah, I am. I mean, look.
You had them 10-2 last time we talked.
Teams are going to have letdowns, right? I mean, look.
It's Chattanooga they're playing,
the Mocs had them on the ropes.
Yeah.
The Mocs outrushed them. Kentucky had 3 turnovers, though. They were -3 in turnovers. When you play like that, and they were flat, I mean, these things are going to happen. They found a way to win the game, though.
Does smoking bluegrass, does that give you a sort of a somber, laid-back, chill vibe?
I think Carl Spackler was smoking it was Kentucky bluegrass with some California Sensimilla, if I'm not mistaken. That's what Carl Spackler was smoking.
That's a great recall.
I believe that's right.
And didn't he have the gallon of Rossi wine? Cannibal!
I've watched that movie enough times that I think I'm right on that. Kentucky bluegrass with a little California Sensimilla.
Oh, that is really good. Damn hoodlum. South Carolina should be grateful to have a coach that can win any game. Spurrier spoiled that fan base. And a lot of people are asking, how can you hate Shane Beamer?
Oh, I don't hate Shane Beamer. I just think the way he answered that question was a little ridiculous. You get a couple of wins under your belt.
Dutch Valley sounds like he's talking from experience. He says smoking the bluegrass is more of a body high. Puts you right into the couch.
So that's more of the indica, I would assume.
I see what you're saying there, Dutch Valley. All right, when we come back, our stock report, part of our show brought to you by the University of Montevallo. It's where my daughter's in school. I went to school there. Your kids can go to school there, too, right now. 21 Division II scholarship sports. Think about that. If your son or daughter's enjoying their high school athletics right now and you think, God, they want to keep playing, think about Montevallo. Great competitive Division II scholarship sports right there. They've got an esports team that's sponsored by the school, national championship bass fishing team, a whole regatta. What's it called? A whole fleet of boats down there. Regatta's not even a word.
It is.
It's a word, but not in that sentence. A whole fleet of boats down there for their bass fishing team as well. Great facilities, a college of distinction 10 years running. U.S. News & World Report calls Montevallo a top 15 public university in the South. 75 majors. You can see it all and schedule an in-person tour at montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Did you know 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer? September is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, and the expert urologists at Urology Centers of Alabama are leading the way in diagnosing and treating men with prostate cancer. Early detection is the key to survival. Guys, if you're over 50, it's time to have your PSA levels checked. It only requires a simple blood test and physical exam. With 13 convenient locations, making an appointment is a no-brainer. Visit UrologyCentersAlabama.com or call 205-930-0920.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Remember, phone calls at 205-734-0923. The Next Round, guys, presented by Bud Light from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studio, high atop the Blue Lake Center, up here on the top floor on what is now turning into a sunny Tuesday here after the rain started off. I'm sure the rain will be back. That's what it does here in Seattle of the South. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at the Standifer Insurance Agency, that's where Brown gets his insurance.
Yeah, it is. You got to have the insurance. You may as well make sure you're getting the best value for your money. With auto rates lowering 4 times in the last 12 months, now's the time to call Jessup Standifer and the Standifer Insurance Group to do an insurance checkup. Just have what you're paying every month ready. and what coverages you get. Give them that info and let them just run the numbers for you and see if they can save. It's what they did for me. You may as well, again, get the best value you can. 205-664-3200. StandardForInsuranceGroup.com. 205-664-3200 or StandardForInsuranceGroup.com. Get that insurance checkup today.
I don't, not to do a whole segment on this, but we have new towels in the house. And I got out and I've been pulling fuzz off of my 5 o'clock shadow all morning long. That bugs me. Does that mean it's a cheap towel?
No, they just got to shed a little bit when you get new ones.
They got to shed a bit?
Yeah, probably should have
washed them
first.
Yeah, we washed them first. I assume Maggie washed them. I'm not in charge of towels. I just have to wash my own clothes. That gets you every time.
I drew the line at towels.
Don't admit that on the air.
Yeah,
Where do you keep the light bulbs?
Our light bulbs we have this thing in the bottom of our dryer.
Right next to his balls.
Right in this drawer. That's where we keep them. This is where we keep those. The one thing I hate about our new townhome, it seems like every light in there is going through some kind of yellow lighting fixture. There's no I think what has happened is I'm so used to in front of these bright lights,
right,
that when I get home, every light's not bright enough. I need to be this bright everywhere in life now.
Oh, I don't like it this bright.
Yeah. I need this light when I'm working. Let's do the Spotlight Rockstar transition.
The America's first Federal Credit Union Spotlight.
Stock up, stock down. College football's stock report.
America's First knows banking isn't just about your money, it is about you. So getting help with what you need when you need it is what AmFirst does. AmFirst was founded for you, and AmFirst has been putting you first ever since.
Stock up, LT.
I want to go Jackson Dart, 18-year-old Gatorade National Player of the Year. He comes in. Keaton Slovis gets hurt. First drive against Washington State. Dart comes in, throws a pick on his first series. They're in a 14-0 hole, and then they go on a 45-0 run to close that game out. He was 30 of 46, 391, 4 touchdowns, did throw 2 picks, but he played on one knee. His third series, he scrambles out into the flats, takes a helmet to the knee, and he limps the entire game and still plays lights out. I really don't think Slovis will see the field again.
Did you like his makeup?
He had the old Braveheart.
Yeah. There's a story behind it. I just initially thought
I didn't know the story behind it.
I've got the story, but I thought he was like the 5th member of KISS.
Right.
Beth, I hear you calling.
No, but it looked kind of like William Wallace.
I hear you calling.
No, William Wallace was in,
but I can't come home right now.
Jackson Dart had the actual eye black kind of upside down Braveheart light, but I didn't hear the story. They didn't talk about it on the Fox broadcast.
You're not going to like it. He's a huge Star Wars fan.
Yeah.
And that's to mimic the scar of Anakin Skywalker.
Hey, look, I don't care.
Right there, LT.
Hey, he played like a Jedi.
That's the guy. That's the guy leading your team.
Hey,
right
that
there.
dude, I'm telling you, he is going to be legitimate.
If Aaron Rodgers did the same exact thing, he would kill him for it. Yes.
I can't come home right now. Go ahead, Brown.
My stock up, the University of Michigan. They are scoring 47 points per game. Now, granted, I'm not sure who they've played. They're really good in the MAC. They're 2-0 in the MAC right now.
That's right.
They did beat Washington, who you like, even though Washington has not given us any evidence that they're any good. 350 rush yards per game right now, which is incredible. The one negative is they haven't thrown the ball real well. 164 yards passing per game. That's 112 out of 130. But, boy, when everybody else is taking losses, here's Michigan just creeping right along.
And the Blake Corum guy, the kid can run the football. You've got 2 capable backs
run
there.
Team.
I mentioned yesterday, and I misspoke. I said that Florida was leading the nation in rushing. They were leading the nation in the rushing coming into the Alabama game.
Yep.
Michigan, over 1,000 yards now, leads the nation in rushing.
Michigan State, for me, Mel Tucker's team may be the most improved in the country. 3 of 5 wins for him are against ranked teams. They've scored at least 38 points in 3 straight games for the first time since 2005. So State stocks up. For me, stock down, LT.
I'm going Tony Elliott, your offensive coordinator for Clemson. You're only averaging 8.5 points per game against FBS schools. The offense looks completely horrible. And then you start to look at this tree of offensive coordinators under Dabo. Chad Morris, 0-14 in the SEC at Arkansas. We see what Sam Pittman's doing. We were talking about that. Jeff Scott, 2-10 so far at South Florida. Tony Elliott now, he's the sole offensive coordinator, was the co-OC since 2015 until Jeff Scott got that job. I don't think Tony Elliott is going to get a head job now.
You got to follow.
Down for you.
Yeah, you got to follow me on my my thought here. C.J. Stroud, the Ohio State quarterback, is leading the Big Ten in passing.
That's right.
But if you look at his yards per attempt, and he's starting to struggle a little bit. He was 15 to 25, 185, a touchdown and a pick against Tulsa, Rockstar's favorite team. His yards per attempt have gone from 13.4 against Minnesota to 9 against Oregon to 7.4 against Tulsa. He's not pushing the ball down the field anymore.
Skylar Thompson's injury to Kansas State, though they are still unbeaten and got a good win over Nevada and shut down Carson Strong with that great defense that they have. Chris Kleiman's a great coach. I'm not sure he can overcome the Skylar Thompson injury long term. We'll find out. That's our stock report brought to you by our friends at America's First Federal Credit Union.
And what they know is banking isn't just about your money. It is about you. So getting help with what you need when you need it is what AmFirst does. AmFirst was founded for you, and AmFirst has been putting you first ever since.
All right. Wimp's 4-0 in the blue plate. He'll be back with us tomorrow on the show. We get to our first of 3 guests today. Clay Travis from Outkick is up in the next segment. Luginbill starts off hour 3 at 11. Brandon Marcello kicks off hour 4 at 12 noon on the next round.
On Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, for the best pizza in Birmingham for lunch or dinner, make it Slice. Go see the Bajaga brothers, Jeff, Jason, and Chris. Slice Pizza and Brew is as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. 2 great locations, Lakeview and Vestavia.
That sound means someone got great advice. Always have a good plumber on standby. For me, that is Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. Jeremy Purvis and his team can handle commercial and residential plumbing needs, and they give you free quotes. 205-516-4927 or ironmountainworld.com. They handle all your plumbing and jetter services. They'll do everything from drips to new fixtures, and they are licensed, bonded, and insured. ironmountainworld.com. Just drain it.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Buying a house is stressful. Selling a home is stressful. It's an emotional process, leaving your home where you raised your family and moving to the home of your dreams. You need a realtor to help you buy with confidence and sell with success. That realtor is Holly Mack Wilson. She is an experienced realtor who often gets her clients' homes sold quickly and usually for more than asking price. Call Holly Mack Wilson and let her help you buy with confidence and sell with success. 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a Keller Williams Tuscaloosa realtor.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa. Has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now, you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
For your next round of residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services, do what my family does and trust Wayne's. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Wayne's may be headquartered here in Birmingham, but they're serving more than 100,000 families and businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville. And right now, get started with their EnviroPest service for $60 off when you use the code TNR. Get started by calling 866-WAYNES1 and don't forget the code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service.
Football season is now in full swing, and you need to be winning with us at lanceslock.com. You get the free lock during the show, but get even more with a subscription at lanceslock.com. Get Lance's full slate of college football games every Saturday, as well as Sunday's NFL, all with the same subscription. No complicated or expensive weekend packages. Get everything, all leagues, every day. Only $90 a month, breaking down to $3 a day. If you want to win this football season, jump on your phone, tablet, or computer right now and go to lanceslock.com and get on board with us.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Clay Travis in just a second as his big noon kickoff tailgate show continues to travel around SEC country. We'll talk to Clay coming up about that and a lot more in just a second. I don't know if you noticed, we have a long-running stake bet of TJ Yeldon having more rushing yards in the NFL than Trent Richardson when it's all said and done. I've come up 27 yards short on that. I thought I would win that one easily. But Yeldon is back in a camp because of so many injuries. Yeldon picked up by the 49ers to try to make that team this week. So here's to TJ Yeldon getting 28 more yards, 27 for the push. You feel good about that?
I mean, look, if you continue to lose running backs, Kyle Shanahan's going to have to do something about it. I forgot who the other guys they brought in. He seemed like he was that final guy. They brought 3 guys in for a tryout yesterday.
Yep.
And he was 3 of 3.
I hope Yeldon's watching. There you go. There's your motivation. LT called you 3 of 3.
Well, hey, look, I hope you come in 40 pounds overweight.
Yeah.
I really do.
He wants you to look like the guy at the end of Dodgeball, sitting there eating his chicken, reminiscing about the loss. That's an injury update from the NFL brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports.
Yes, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. Are you suffering from that old sports injury that won't go away, or did you tweak a joint being a weekend warrior? Precision has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area to get your life back on track, including their new Southern Orthopedic Sports Medicine Associates location in Jasper. Your health can't wait. Call 855-219-6200 or visit them online, precisionsportsortho.com.
Clay Travis with Outkick and Fox Sports is with us now, at Clay Travis on Twitter. He is on the Pepsi hotline. What's up, Clay? How are you?
I'm doing well. How are y'all?
Doing great. Thanks a lot. I know we normally talk college football with you, and we'll do that. I do want to start with an NFL question, though. And I think I've asked you this before, but I just want to recalibrate it and see where we stand now. Do you consider Steve McNair the best Titan of all time? Is that widely agreed upon?
I mean, that's a good question. I think Eddie George would probably be in running up there with Steve McNair. So I would say they're sort of 1A, 1B. To be honest.
And Derrick Henry is closing in on that very, very quickly. How close is he? What does he have to do to get there?
I think so. It's a good question. I think that Derrick Henry is a Hall of Fame running back right now. Now, one of the challenges associated with defining a Hall of Fame running back is the numbers that current running backs are going to put up are not going to be anywhere near typically what existed in past seasons when the running back was more of a feature of the offenses, and frankly when they lasted longer and there weren't 2 or 3 of them. So I think the way you have to define the running back position going forward is not to compare, and one of you guys should look it up. I mean, like, how many yards rushing?
I'm looking right now. Yeah.
All right, so like, how does Derrick Henry compare to Chris Johnson and Eddie George, who would be the 3 best running backs in Titans history, for instance?
Gosh, hang on one second, man. I thought
well,
I was.
You can. Yeah. We'll keep talking about this. One of you guys can look this up. The reason why I bring it up is I think what you have to do now is look at the position of running back and be like, hey, was this guy one of the 2 or 3 best in his era? And if the answer is yes, then you're a guaranteed Hall of Fame running back. And I think with the numbers that Derrick Henry is putting up right now, he is a Hall of Fame running back. And so if the Titans were to win a Super Bowl or even go to a Super Bowl, I think that would maybe start to make a little bit more of an argument in that arena, because Steve McNair was such a warrior for the Titans. I also think there's an element that those guys get the benefit of. McNair, the Eddie Georges of the world, they really made the Titans home in Nashville. They had an incredible collection of sort of blue-collar guys who fit the city of Nashville when the NFL arrived. And there's this certain, the first year they opened the stadium up, they went to the Super Bowl. So we were, kind of all wildly spoiled by the immediate success of the Titans when that stadium opened up, and kind of got in the, and then they were good for several years after that before they kind of hit the downward cycle. I think they've got a good chance to win the AFC South again. We'll see whether the defense is substantially improved enough. But you have those numbers.
Yeah,
on
Derrick Henry, 89th all-time, 6,100 rush yards. To get in the Hall, modern day, Terrell Davis.
10,000 usually.
Well, Terrell Davis is at 7,607 now. He had the 2 Super Bowls, so that's going to help him.
Yeah.
10,000 gets you into the top 30. There's a lot of guys there, though, that aren't in the Hall.
George? Isn't Eddie George at 9,000?
Eddie George is at 10,441 at 28th all-time. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think you could make an argument that Eddie George is a Hall of Fame, 28th best. How many? I don't know the list of those running backs. How many of them are Hall of Famers? And
well, you pretty much have to get to 12,000 yards to be a lot guy. Thurman Thomas is at 12,000 yards, and everybody above him in rushing yardage is in the Hall.
Yeah, but Thurman part of a 4-time AFC
the
championship
rate
run.
Derrick Henry is going at now, assuming he stays healthy, you feel good about him putting up 1,500. And again, I think you have to look at the numbers are going to go down in the years ahead. So I feel like Derrick Henry is a Hall of Famer, even if he may not end up with even as many yards as Eddie George. But what do you tell me? He's like 4,000 yards behind Eddie George.
Yeah,
right
pretty
now.
much. Yeah.
That's a pretty big gap, right?
It is in the NFL. It is.
Now, the difference is, and I don't remember off the top of my head, how many years did Eddie George lead the NFL in rushing? I think Derrick Henry has done it 2 straight years. And so can he do it for another year? How many more years of production does he have? Those are all sort of serious questions. But certainly I think you're asking this in the wake of, what was a pretty dominant performance for Derrick Henry on the road against the Seahawks, and I think as long as he stays healthy, I really do think he's going to be a Hall of Famer.
From Outkick and Fox, Clay Travis joins us here on the Next Round. This question got a lot more interesting this week after Alabama literally had to sweat it out against Florida in the Swamp. You'll be in town next week for Ole Miss, Alabama, and Tuscaloosa. Right now, if they played that game 10 times, how many times does Alabama beat Ole Miss?
I think the ask was about Ole Miss. LT's voice, I couldn't hear him perfectly, but so we're going to be in Tuscaloosa next weekend for the Ole Miss Alabama game, and I think the question was if they played 10 times, how many times does Ole Miss win?
Right,
that is correct, Mr. President.
I think 1 out of 10, maybe 2 out of 10. I think Alabama should be a prohibitive favorite at home, but I do think that Ole Miss is going to be able to score. And I don't think that Lane Kiffin's team is going to be nervous coming on the road against Alabama. And I think for better or worse, one of my favorite Kiffin stories ever, as I was sitting with LT when Mount Cody blocked the kick, and I guess it was the 2009 season, if I'm not mistaken, the first national championship Alabama won. Tennessee had a field goal to win that game in Tuscaloosa. And they met at midfield. Lane Kiffin was then coaching Tennessee and Nick Saban. And Kiffin said to Saban, "We'll get you next year," which I always, and he confirmed with me that he said that in the post-game handshake. I've always loved that about Kiffin because it's just such. Now, obviously, the Saban dynasty was not really in existence at that point, but it to me reflects what I think is true of Lane Kiffin, which is he's incredibly confident in himself and in his team, and so I think Ole Miss will come into town, and I think they'll play loose, and certainly. There were, in the second half, I would have to say, quite a few red flags, I think, about the Alabama defense. So it wouldn't stun me if Alabama needs to do what they did last year against Ole Miss, which is basically just get into a shootout and win this game, 55-45 or something crazy like that. I mean, that wouldn't stun me at all.
Clay Travis is with us as we talk a little college football and NFL with the founder of Outkick and Fox Sports, and he's on the road covering college football all season long, really having a good time out there. Clay, I'm interested if you go Alabama, Georgia, if they're given 1-2, do you go Florida? Do you go Ole Miss? Do you go Texas A&M? Who do you put third in your SEC power rating right now?
Well, so I rank based on the field performance. And I think if you go behind Alabama and Georgia, I think Arkansas has the best win outside of those two in what they did to Texas. Now, you can make an argument for Ole Miss against Louisville, but I'm not sold on Louisville as being as good as Texas is. I don't believe Colorado's that good against Texas A&M. So in my rankings right now, I think you would have to go Arkansas 3, Ole Miss 4, A&M 5. With that in mind, if I were judging them based on who I think will be the best, third best at the end of the year, I just think this Ole Miss offense is probably better than anything else that the 3, 4, 5 combos have. So I'm almost inclined right now, if we were projecting at the end of the year how good Matt Corral is, how good that overall Ole Miss offense is going to be, I think that Ole Miss can be the third best team in the SEC by the end of the year, and certainly Florida could as well. Especially, I'm still kind of think it's weird that Anthony Richardson was healthy enough to do a flip before the game, but he wasn't able to play, and now probably come out and throw for 250 and run for 250 against Tennessee. I just think the him not playing was very strange.
All right, he is Clay Travis, Outkick.com, at Clay Travis on Twitter, and see him on the Big Noon Kickoff every Saturday on Fox, the pregame show. Clay, thank you so much. Have a great week.
Hey, you too. Appreciate y'all.
All right, take care. Like all of our guests, Clay appeared on the Pepsi Hotline. Incidentally, Alabama-Florida was the second most watched game in the college football season so far. Ratings are up this year over last year, which I think you would understand with the crowds back and things like that, in a more normal feeling season. But Alabama had 7.863 million viewers for that game. Only Georgia-Clemson has exceeded that. It had 8.8.
Did it surprise you that Alabama in the middle of the day drew more than Auburn, Penn State, whiteout prime time with Fowler and Herbstreit?
Two things. I think we've learned that at least in college football, prime time doesn't necessarily equal the biggest ratings.
That is true.
Best game equals biggest ratings. The other thing is, and the Auburn game was second this week with 7.6 million, one of the most viewed games of the college football season as well, probably top 5. I don't have it in front of me. I think top 5. I think a legitimate chance for Alabama to lose.
That's right.
Boosted that number. I think people bought in.
I've always said, when you've got that number 1 beside your name and there's a chance for you to lose, everyone starts flipping their TVs over to watch that. Boom, boom, boom. Especially if it's a team that's as hated as Alabama is right now. It's people want to watch them lose. So interesting TV numbers from last week. We appreciate Clay being with us. I've got a challenge for the Alabama student section coming up in a couple of weeks when Ole Miss comes to town after Rockstar tells us about his guy in the realty world.
It's Adam Mestre. Remember, you spell it MESTRE at MD Realty. Adam is a third-generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you. Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help you walk through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation, 205-422-0589 at MD Realty. We make house calls.
All right, here's my challenge. LT Brown, tell me if I'm going to win this challenge. This past week, Arch Manning was on the road in Athens, going and starting his tour of colleges.
Looks like he's 15 years old.
He does look very young. Eli on the McAfee show yesterday said that his nephew was really impressed that a bunch of the Georgia students went to the trouble to paint on their bodies, "We want Arch." If you go to nextroundlive.com, the morning rounds, you will see the picture of the students that did that. I can't tell if they're all guys, but they look like a bunch of, frat guys who aren't always in perfect shape, who have decided to paint themselves, "We want Arch," and stand on the front row.
Yeah, they always have a message painted. This week it was,
Maybe a few girls mixed in there.
I saw it. It looked like all guys.
Yeah, it looked like all guys to me. My challenge to Alabama's student section is that how many letters is "We want Arch"?
I think it's 10.
10? Though surely you got to have some spaces in there because they had blank spaces. Surely the Alabama student section can come up with, we'll say 13, 14 better looking letters and spaces to impress Arch Manning a little bit more.
So you want female is what you're hinting at there.
Brown,
you're just trying not to sound creepy doing it.
Brown,
but that's
this is a diverse world.
Yeah.
This is a diverse world.
Okay.
I'm not. It can be females. It can be males.
Okay.
I mean, we can just find better looking
I
males.
want to tell you, for the male, most college students like to do a couple of things. They like to have sex and they like to eat and they like to drink.
And
if you body paint yourself, you're not getting naked that night. I want to tell you.
Here's what I think.
There would be no intrigue for a young lady to find out where the paint stops.
No, I don't think so. Looking at those guys that "We want Arch" in Athens last week, I guarantee all of them slept
Well, it's a 2:30 game, so you got time to wash the paint off. But
boy, that'd be a pain in the ass.
Dave says it's Jimmy creepy already, and Jim's trying not to be creepy here. But here's what's going to be my suggestion.
Is it 5 o'clock somewhere? Of course, I'm Jimmy creepy.
Here's my suggestion. So tell me if this sounds creepy. Our Alabama on-campus reporter, Senna House, goes and recruits 13, 14, what?
Now, who's becoming creepy? You're naming names now.
And she sends us pictures of those that we evaluate.
No. I'm not suggesting that, but this is her, for that week, this is her on-campus report, is her recruiting the females to paint themselves "We want Arch." I think it's a great idea. Do we let Senna, she does whatever she wants on that report, right?
She has people in high places, yes. Her and Ryan Hall, the Auburn reporter, have free reign of what they want to do.
So they can do whatever they want to do. So I'm just going to suggest to her, and I'll reach out to Senna, I don't care, for her on-campus report for next round. We do it we tweet it out. It's on our YouTube channel. You watch it every week, presented by Hamburger Heaven. For her on-campus report, she's going out and recruiting people. In fact, she could do it this week. Nobody cares about Southern Miss. So start it this week. She starts her recruiting process, and then she updates us on Ole Miss week where she's going.
Yep.
How you like that, Lance?
We still need an R and a C. Come on. We need an R and a C.
We got we want A. We need Arch.
Yep. I would also ask this question: does Alabama want Arch? They may not want Arch.
He seems pretty good.
Yeah, I think everyone wants Arch, Dunaway.
I think Alabama probably wouldn't have him coming there if they didn't really want him. Now, look, I think Alabama is probably best suited to miss on him of everybody that's in the running. Normally, if Alabama misses on a 5-star, they go out and react to that by recruiting another 5-star at the same position.
Can I go ahead and do my recruiting headline for the week? "We want Arch Madness" is what has started over in Georgia.
Don't become an arch nemesis.
Arch's recruitment, if he came from a family that didn't have means back in the day, back before NIL, would have been a lot of fun, because I can't even imagine the bags of money thrown at this kid. But he's got the resources. I mean, to me, it comes down to a system he wants to play in and an opportunity to win a championship, right?
Which a lot of people say, why would he not want to go play for Lane Kiffin? Which Lane does have a very exciting, great offensive system, but it's not like Alabama's is chopped liver.
There's Lane going to be there in 4 years.
Jay Price says Manning is not coming to Alabama. Mark says Arch is going to go to Ole Miss with Kiffin. I personally think he's going to end up at Texas. You heard it here, Texas.
You think he likes Sark?
I think he likes Sark.
Sark and Arch?
Yep. And he doesn't want to go to Uncle Eli at Ole Miss and Paw Archie. He doesn't want to go to Cooper's school. He doesn't want to go to Peyton's school.
Yeah. Let's say
his own wild west out in Texas.
Wonder if someone takes over this LSU program that is a bright offensive guy.
You stay home and play for the home state team.
What if Peyton just decides to coach?
I don't want that.
Yeah.
By the way, last night Eli tells the story. Brett Favre's one of their guests, and Eli tells the story the first time they met Brett Favre was at his uncle's bar in Pass Christian, Mississippi. And Eli climbs the fence to meet Brett Favre. He's underage, so he can't get in the bar. He climbs the fence to meet Brett Favre, but his buddy wouldn't climb the fence. And he says, so, the one thing I've learned is you're never a bad wingman. My wingman wouldn't climb the fence, so I had to climb back over the fence.
Well, did he get to meet him?
I think, I can't remember how the story, I don't know if Eli said if they met or not. And Brett was like, well, I applaud your friend for following the rules and not coming into a bar underage.
Yeah, but Brett never did that.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Favre was like, should have just walked through the front door.
So how to let you in?
Yeah. Kellen says, do I want Arch? Yeah. Do I want students involved in the recruitment in any way? No.
It does feel very non-Alabama. I mean, they can do whatever they want.
You're
I don't
right.
care, but it does feel very non-Alabama.
That's right. Back in the day, I remember them chanting, "We want Tebow."
That's right. You were there, right?
I was there.
Yeah, you saw Tebow walking around the sidelines. Shula thought he had him, didn't he?
Yeah. That's a great point.
Yeah.
Great point. All right, part of our show being brought to you by LT's cup right there, Ship Happens. Not the actual cup, the full company there that can ship things anywhere and take care of all your shipping needs. Rockstar's viewing menu coming up, and we'll talk more college football with you after LT sets the table for Ship.
In today's ever-changing market, your supply chain is a major factor in maintaining and growing relationships with your customers. Safe, on-time, and affordable shipments, they're crucial. With over 20 years combined experience in relationships, Jeff and Griffin at Ship Happens have the ability to get ship done. From LTL, van, flatbed heavy haul, and expedited, Ship Happens ready to bring a solution to all of your transportation problems. Don't have an accident and ship yourself. Call the guys at Ship Happens, 205-605-8101. That's 205-605-8101.
Will Anderson talks about Alabama's defensive performance and the D moving forward in the next segment after Rockstar's viewing menu, and we ask another Cowan Equipment poll question. Save your answer, men. Can Tennessee hold Florida to fewer rushing yards this week than Alabama did? It's on the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. Major situation the other day. Basement and garage flooded. So who did I call? Our friends at Dry Tech Water Restoration. Call them today, 205-637-0143. They were at my house within an hour. They will always respond quickly, and they answer the phone, 205-637-0143. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. No ties to any insurance companies. Go online, mydrytech.com. That's mydrytech.com, or call 205-637-0143. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The next time you need one or a set of new tires, do yourself a favor. Stop by, see the guys at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Locally owned and operated with a wide selection of the top tire brands available. The guys there can get you set and get you safely back out on the road. Again, 4 locations in Birmingham, Hoover, Moody, Trustful, and Gardendale. For more information, you can always visit them online. Check them out today, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
The next round is proud to partner with our friends at Taco Mama to support local Alabama startups. Taco Mama is celebrating their 10th anniversary, and as part of this celebration, Taco Mama wants to give back to startups that are trying to build their new business and live out their dreams. As part of this promotion, Taco Mama in the next round wants you to send us a 90-second or less video telling us a little bit about your startup. The next round will select multiple winners, and they will receive a taco bar, compliments of our friends at Taco Mama, and one lucky startup will receive 1 month's free advertising thanks to our friends at Taco Mama. Taco Mama knows how difficult these first steps are, and they want to support local startups and make their journey just a little bit easier. Really simple. Email us that 90-second video or less, staff@nextroundlive.com. That's staff@nextroundlive.com. Again, Taco Mama celebrating their 10th anniversary, and as part of this celebration, they want to give back to startups trying to build their new businesses throughout the state of Alabama. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
This hour of The Next Round is brought to you by Excalibur Services, a name you can trust when it comes to residential heating, AC, and electrical services. Excalibur is growing and looking for exceptional HVAC techs, plumbers, and electricians. 205-718-8688. Alabama license number 15214.
Hello, I'm J.L. Shea, and 4 generations of Sheas have run our business in the same spot in downtown Homewood. People ask me from time to time why we do what we do. I can tell you that it's just not all about the clothes, although we are a little obsessive about the brands we bring into our store. No, we do what we do because of people just like you. And through all these years, I've learned one critical lesson. The most important part of a man's wardrobe is fit. When your clothes fit, they feel like part of you, not just something you put on in the morning. You move more easily, you feel more confident. And fit is not an accident or a matter of luck. It shows whether you're buying a made-to-measure suit, a jacket off the rack, or a pair of jeans. We're going to ensure that the fit is perfectly you. Come see us at Shea's. I promise you'll notice a difference. That's Shea's in downtown Homewood, where we have been since 1922.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
With you on the Next Round, brought to you by our friends at Bud Light from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studio. LTD&B with you, 205-734-0923. Phone calls a little bit later on in the show. We appreciate Clay Travis being with us. Tom Luginbill coming up at the top of the hour. But right now, Rockstar's viewing menu brought to you by the great folks at New Life Art. And later on, we'll tell you the winner of this week's image from college football, and they'll get a prize from New Life Art.
Yeah, New Life Art bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. For more information, call 1-800-735-2787. You can always check out their incredible work. Go to danielmooreart.com.
You know, the good thing about streaming shows and having Netflix and stuff like that, you rediscover things you forgot that you loved. Yesterday when I was running on the treadmill, I rediscovered Comedians in Cars Getting Coffee. I don't know if you guys have watched that.
Yeah, Jerry Seinfeld.
Yeah, I've seen cuts of it, yeah.
It is so well done. And the premise is they're like 16-minute episodes. The premise is he calls a comedian and he thinks of like Martin Short, for example, and he thinks of a specific car because he's a car collector as well. I'm going to specific car, pick you up, put cameras in the car, film us just having a normal conversation, going to a coffee shop, then us sitting in a coffee shop, having coffee, just talking, making jokes. And he's done Brian Regan. He's done Louis C.K., every comedian you can think of. He did Jerry Lewis before he died. Jerry Lewis eats a lot of bacon. But it's just a really good show. So I suggest that. Comedians in Cars Getting Coffee. And then CBS tonight, you got 7 p.m., new season of FBI starts. Then at 8 p.m., the new season of FBI Most Wanted starts. Mm-hmm. And at 9 p.m., we got a new show.
I know what it is.
FBI International.
Ooh.
This isn't local.
Wow. Is that female body inspectors? Is that what that is?
Boob inspector.
That's when you were in Panama City.
Yeah. And then 8 p.m. you got the good comedy on Stars, Forgetting Sarah Marshall.
I started a mini series last week, Scenes from a Marriage, HBO.
Who is
Oscar Isaac and Jessica Chastain.
Jessica Chastain, yeah.
And I shut it down.
All right.
All right. So no,
like you guys would absolutely hate it. I mean, it was it's depressing.
It was depressing.
Yeah. When Lance says that,
but at least I have my wedding ring on again.
Yeah.
Got him.
I really forgot why you took it off.
That is the viewing menu brought to you by our friends at New Life Art, and we'll go back and check the images you sent in yesterday, and we'll give you a winner out a little bit later on in the show, and we'll get back to Tom Luginbill. Will Anderson, Rockstar, if you can give me cut number 8 on the sheet there. Will Anderson yesterday, part of the media availability day over in Tuscaloosa. As you would imagine, with what Alabama put on tape as a defense, a lot of questions being asked of Will Anderson about where this defense goes. Mental mistakes on the option, got beat up front. Nick Saban said they got to be better at playing the option. He says they're going to rotate more people in on defense so that maybe the guys don't get tired. Nick Saban thought the team got tired. So, Will Anderson, what about this defense moving forward?
You know, I feel like defensively, we haven't played for 60 minutes yet. We haven't played to the Alabama standard, and that's something that we're trying to build on each week, especially coming off this week. You know, this was a real eye-opener that we need to get our stuff together for real, and we need to live up to the Alabama standard, and we need to play to the Alabama standard, and we need to go out there and execute, and all 11 of us need to be on the same page.
God, he's horrifying.
Yeah, look how big he is.
I mean, that guy could absolutely kill us.
Rocky 2 when Mickey put out the chickens for Rocky to try to catch.
Yeah.
I bet Will Anderson could have caught
it. There's no doubt.
Can somebody check like what's his wingspan? Yeah, because go back and look at I mean that's got to be a pretty big shirt. Just where that shirt hits on his biceps.
Yeah.
And just how much more arm is coming down. Like usually that hits about another inch and a half lower on the other player's arms.
I mean, he's a freak, man.
Yeah. And played, banged up last week for so many downs. So that gets me to a Cowan Equipment poll question again, the second one we have out today. Do you think there is a chance that Tennessee this week holds Florida under 258 yards rushing? There is an opportunity, of course, for Florida maybe to attack Tennessee differently than they did Alabama. But just with that question first, what do you think?
Oh, I think it's going to be right there on it. If I'm Dan Mullen, though, I am trying to build some confidence in Emory Jones or Anthony Richardson throwing the football, either one of those guys, and I'm trying to find a couple of downfield vertical threats. And being around a 20-point favorite, you should have an opportunity, get up early and take some of those shots.
Tennessee's played two bad teams in Pitt, who I don't know what Pitt is. I don't know if there is a good team in the ACC. But one thing Tennessee has not done this year is allow a team to rush for 100 yards against them. It's one of the good things they've done. Tennessee's done some bad things, but one of the good things they've done. Listen to this. Bowling Green, 23 carries, 32 yards. Pitt, 45 carries, 96 yards. Tennessee Tech, 28 carries, 35 yards. Nobody's running the ball in Tennessee now. They hadn't played anybody.
Yeah, look what Kenny Pickett did against them, though.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Maybe people don't have to run on them is what you're saying because they can throw on
That's
them.
right. Maybe this is Emory Jones's breakout passing game. Right now, you guys are voting. First 250 votes in there. Only 43% of you think that Tennessee will hold Florida to fewer rushing yards than Alabama. 56.5 say nope, they're going to rush for more than 258. Well, it's a potent rushing attack for Florida. But again, maybe you're attacking this defense differently than you had to attack Alabama, so maybe the stats don't end up looking the same. It's brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment.
Hey, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from their rental fleet. For sale now, visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call them 1-800-239-COWAN for more information.
A bad injury for LSU. They just were getting things going defensively. They lose starter Andre Anthony. He's out for the season. So that is not good news there. Good news, though, for Texas A&M as they get ready for that battle with Arkansas. It looks like Luke Matthews and Anaya Smith are day-to-day, and they're expecting both the starting offensive lineman and wide receiver to play this week against Arkansas. Early feel on that game. Texas A&M and Arkansas. I got a feeling, not a feeling, LT literally said it in segment number 1. He thinks Texas A&M has a coming out party this weekend. What about you, Brown?
My fear in this game for Arkansas, and here's why my early lean is probably Texas A&M too, which the way my leans have been going, that's probably bad, Lance, if you were considering making them the lock on Saturday. I'd hold off on that right now. Their defense against the Arkansas passing attack, not the rush. Arkansas can run the football. But can KJ Jefferson throw on that Texas A&M defense?
Yeah, I could see him throw 3 picks on Saturday.
That's my fear if I'm an Arkansas fan going into this, is KJ Jefferson has not seen a defense anywhere close to this. Their best win is Texas. Texas ain't got a defense, man. Texas A&M does. and that Mike Elko defense against their passing attack. I think they'll be able to run the ball. I don't know if they can throw it.
Look, and if you're Barry Odom, what you want to do is obviously stop Isaiah Spiller, but at the same time, you want to create some pressure. And look, they were able to create a lot of pressure. Hudson Card was under duress all night in the Texas game. You want to be able to do that to Calzada and force him into some mistakes, making his second career start. But I just think that opens up, Spiller to have a couple of big hits.
Again, A&M's played nobody. I mean, literally nobody, because Colorado is no good. If you're going to lose 30-0 to Minnesota, you're not a good football team.
And I think this is, to me, it seems like it will play out as a low-scoring game. Right now, I would say A&M, 28-17, that type of game.
But nobody has thrown on them, Dunaway. I mean, they have given up almost no pass yards this year. Kent State, however, ran for 226 on them. That's Kent State. So I think if Kent State can run for 226 on them, and Colorado, who couldn't, what did they have, 50 yards of total offense in that game against Minnesota? I know it sounds like I'm kidding, but I legitimately think they had 50 yards of total offense. I would say if those two teams can run on them, Arkansas is going to be able to run the football in Texas A&M. I think I'm with Lance. If Jefferson tries to throw, that worries me.
I had Colorado, Minnesota on laptop.
Boy, why?
And watching the Gamecast. Well, I had
and the
Minnesota.
computer went to sleep.
No, I had Minnesota plus 2.5 of the game. But the funny thing about that is in the Gamecast, every time I looked at the score, Minnesota had the ball.
Did you keep hitting refresh?
I want to see time of possession in that game.
I'll pull up the stats because that game was remarkable.
But time of possession, I'm going to say it was probably 40-20.
Time of possession was 40-20. No joke. Minnesota had it 40-13, 19-47. Rushing, Colorado had negative 19 rush yards. They legit had 63 yards in that game.
Yeah, I thought it was 63. So your concern for Texas A&M is that was Colorado's offense maybe against Minnesota. This Colorado team may have shown Arkansas a little path to victory for the Hogs this weekend. A lot of Arkansas fans want it to happen. I want to read this from Matt Hayes for you guys as I give the emphasis of putting on my reading glasses.
I like that move, though. Yeah. I know you don't want to do that, but I feel
it's very news anchor. I want to put this. I want to read you something.
I'm never really worried about the credibility of our show because our show is what it is. But that makes us more credible when you do that.
More serious?
It's serious.
Was it Leon and Curb that said you look smarter with glasses?
Yeah.
100%.
Let you in anywhere.
I 100% look smarter with glasses.
Does that need to be a poll question? Dunaway with or without glasses, does he look smarter?
We'll put that poll question out. I think you do look smarter with glasses.
This is Matt Hayes in his First and 10 segment, and I read this every Monday, and I really like Matt Hayes. But this is the huge difference we have in the reaction to what went on in Gainesville this past week. Nick Saban was announced as the National Coach of the Week yesterday.
Really?
By the Coaches Association for their 31-29 road win at number 11.
After that crappy win, he was Coach of the Week. After all he's done, that's what gets him Coach of the Week.
So he's national, not SEC, National Coach of the Week.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday, Nick Saban was announced. Meanwhile, everyone was melting down about Pete Golding. Nick Saban needs to make a change on our show. And Matt Hayes writes this, all right? And listen to the way this is all worded. That huge sucking hole of unavoidable fate is gone. The inevitable is once again debatable. Alabama, everyone is beatable. Welcome to the restart of a new college football season, a sudden rebirth of championship races in both the SEC and college football playoff. What we thought we knew no longer means anything.
I think the equal overreaction to, oh my God, Alabama played a horrible game. The equal overreaction is everything's back on the table now in the SEC. I think we need to tap the brakes.
No, but I do think everything's back on the table for somebody winning a national championship. It looked like Alabama, Georgia, and everyone else, and I think everyone's got some flaws.
I would agree with you, Lance, if the flaws weren't so drastic for these other teams.
Yeah, but I think Florida's got major flaws.
They do.
And I think it just showed you that Alabama had an 18-point lead, and I'm blown away that Nick Saban was your national coach.
I am too.
I would have gone Kalen DeBoer, but...
There's so many times you could give it to Saban. Maybe he's won it a million times.
Kalen DeBoer, head coach Fresno State?
Yep.
Okay, it was just a guess.
No,
I've never heard of that guy a day in my life.
Well, no, just
Kalen DeBoer.
That was a good guess.
They beat a top 25 team on the road, and the
where
way
the
they
hell is
beat
Pat Hill? Is he not coaching Fresno State anymore?
I don't know where Pat Hill is.
Oh, look him up.
He's Pat Hill had some great moments.
He did
with the early Carr brother, with David Carr. But I think there's a lot of flaws with, after the first week, it looked like Alabama didn't have a flaw. And after watching them on the road against Florida, I think everybody agrees Alabama has flaws. To me, they're still the best team in college football, and I still would favor them to win the national championship. But I think there are other teams you can now put on the table and teams that will get better this year. And we still got to account for injuries that are unseen right now. Will Anderson, you bring him up. He hasn't been healthy the entire year.
No, he's not. And hopefully he's getting healthier. And, maybe he can, I would never, Nick Saban doesn't like it when you say this. Maybe get some rest this week against Southern Miss. I just look at the flaws and everyone else are so great. Ohio State, Lance, cannot stop anybody. They cannot stop anybody, and now their offense seems to be struggling a little bit.
Yeah, I don't trust Stroud. I'm with you on that. And the defense, they're not going to fix that.
Oklahoma, Spencer Rattler is not what we thought he was.
Their defense is better than you thought,
Their defense is I don't know, Lance. They were playing Nebraska.
I know. But I still think their defense is better, but I thought Spencer Rattler would take that next step. And you've got quality guys. I mean, Eric Gray could be really good in that offense. Kennedy Brooks. I mean, you've got multiple guys.
I cannot trust Oregon. I just can't do it. I mean, Oregon has given me evidence to trust them so far, but I simply cannot trust Oregon.
The Bobby Dodd Coach of the Year Foundation selects Alabama's Nick Saban as the Coach of the Week after the Crimson Tide won its SEC opener at Florida 31-29. You guys were making it sound like A, I made it up, or B, it was awarded by the folks at Green Stamps from back in the 70s.
Green Stamps. I thought of that forever. No, I'm just saying there's probably been, over the last decade, there's probably been 100 weeks you could give it to Nick Saban. This was just a weird week to do it.
Yeah, like Luke Fickell going on the road and beating Indiana in one of those huge games for Luke Fickell. I mean, that's another direction I would look.
Did anybody's grandparents do green stamps back in the day? Is everybody too young to remember green stamps?
I remember green stamps a little bit.
What are green stamps? It's where you would collect them and you would exchange them for something in a magazine.
I thought they were food stamps, weren't they?
They were something you would buy, you would get at stores, and then there was a store, I know in Homewood, that you would take, and it had a book, and my grandmother, it was like really stamps, and you'd lick the back of them and you paste them in the book, and when you filled up your book, you could take it to a green stamp store and buy it with just green stamps.
With just green stamps.
Oh, look, that's the way they looked. If Rockstar's pulling up actually on Wikipedia.
So I've got enough
I thought
stamps.
It had something to do with food.
No, there's food stamps.
Okay. I've confused the two.
Yes. But green stamps was some kind of coupon-like thing.
So you would buy enough and you could collect them, then you could go exchange it for something of value.
Like if my nanny would go to Western Supermarket and buy something, she would also get a certain number of green stamps for her amount to purchase and eventually would just roll back in.
Okay, your nanny was grandmother. You didn't actually have a nanny in the mud puddle, right?
No, that was my grandmother, Nanny. Nanny and Papa. The other one was Mama and Papa.
Which one spit tobacco?
Both of them.
Be more specific.
Which one's a better shot?
Maggie's the first woman in my family not to chew tobacco. And she had to marry in. All right, green stamps. There you go. The Green Stamps Coach of the Week, Nick Saban there. Actually, it's the Bobby Dodd. Congratulations to him. When we come back, we'll get to more college football. You guys are on fire over in the chat room. We'll get to some of those as well. Luginbill at the top of the hour, part of the show being brought to you by the great folks at the Pan Store. If you're getting ready for another football weekend, why not look as great as you can, right? Especially if you're heading to Tuscaloosa, Auburn, or maybe you're getting ready for that October 2nd opener with Liberty coming to Protective Stadium. You'll want the best-looking green and gold, crimson and white, or orange and blue. The game day polos with my friends at the Pants Store, Cutter and Buck, Antigua, Taylor and Mick, and all the game day hats to look just right. Maybe you need sunglasses for a day game, Yeti coolers for an anytime game, or the best fashion for women. 5 locations, Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville, and always online at pantstore.com. Make sure you're buying the best from the best at thepantstore.com, pantstore.com.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Banking is not just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here for the next round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you. so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's First Federal Credit Union is federally insured by the NCUA.
That sound means someone got great advice. Always have a good plumber on standby. For me, that is Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. Jeremy Purvis and his team can handle commercial and residential plumbing needs, and they give you free quotes. 205-516-4927 or ironmountainworld.com. They handle all your plumbing and jetter services. They'll do everything from drips to new fixtures, and they are licensed, bonded, and insured. ironmountainworld.com. Just drain it.
You know that sound anywhere. It's the crisp crunch of that first nacho chip. With its perfect cheese to sour cream ratio sitting atop a layer of delicious beans, it's a sip away from perfection. That's what we're looking for. Add a delicious, refreshing Pepsi and we've achieved absolute nacho nirvana. Because while you can pile those nachos high with every spicy, cheesy, savory topping, there's no topping a cool Pepsi finish. Nachos, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Cool weather is approaching, and now is the time to get your heating system checked out. Excalibur Services excels in all residential heating, cooling, or electrical problems or upgrades you may have in your home. Owned by a Marine veteran, Excalibur uses highly trained HVAC and electrical service experts to ensure the job is done correctly and in a timely manner. If you're looking for a company you can trust to do it right, call Excalibur today at 205-718-8688 or excaliburservice.com. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
I'm Jim Dunaway from my friends at ERA King Real Estate. They know better agents make better deals. That's why they support their agents with innovative training and technology that helps them provide value to you. Find your agent by texting the word MOVE to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. Even though home values may change, ERA King agents stay priceless. ERA King, working hard to make home buying easy.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
Those big home games are coming, and you need the game day gear from the Pants Store. Game day polos from Cutter and Buck, Antigua, and Taylor and Mick. Every guy loves a great hat. The Pants Store has all the hats, Yeti coolers, cups, Huggies, plus sunglass brands for men and women. Ray-Ban, Costa, and Gooder. See everything at pantsstore.com, including ladies' game day fashion in smocked waist shorts, skirts, skirts, booties, and bodysuits. All this at 5 locations of the Pants Store in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and online at pantsstore.com.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
We're back on the Next Round. Don't forget, you can always get the weekly worksheet TV schedule and kick times that we put out every Sunday, and we use them here to keep notes. You can get that at nextroundlive.com or also following us on Twitter, and we send it out, color coordinated. People get confused, Brown, on sometimes on the games I call impact games. Really, if you're in contention for the playoffs, I mean, even though it's Colorado State and Iowa, I'll highlight that because Iowa's a team we have to keep up with now.
Yeah, Colorado State's obviously awful. We know they're not in the race. Yeah.
That's right.
I agree with all of your highlighted games except that one.
Well, I mean, again, the reason I do that is because I need to keep an eye on Iowa.
Iowa's
Dude, Colorado State's awful.
There's no way Iowa's going to lose,
Detroit
guys.
Lions of the Mountain West.
Well, Iowa's undefeated, Lance. You got to keep an eye on them. They're undefeated.
Yeah, I got to keep an eye on them. Maybe if you want to keep an eye on their new opportunity, Truckworks will hire you right now. At least they've got job openings in 13 locations. I mean, I don't know if they'll hire you.
That was a bold statement.
But they're hiring a lot of people right now, and there's a lot of great opportunities with our folks at Truckworks. Alabama and Mississippi's premier commercial truck dealer. They're now hiring, maybe even you, looking for awesome people who want to join their team. All experience levels, all departments across all locations, 13 locations in Alabama, Mississippi, and the Florida Panhandle. Just think about that. A new job, and you can still watch SEC football in all those places. They've got openings in sales, management, service techs, deliveries, and a whole lot more. See the open positions by visiting the website, truckworks.com, and hitting the tab Join Our Team. The tab Join Our Team is our friends at truckworks.com. You know, Alabama won, but is considered a struggle right now, at least defensively against Florida. Will they bounce back against other teams like Ole Miss down the road? We'll see. But Oklahoma, Clemson, and Ohio State. Let's start first with, would they be in their conference championship game? Paint me a scenario where one of those three are not even playing for their conference championship game. If you had to say Oklahoma, Clemson, Ohio State, which one more likely not to even be in their conference championship game?
To me, it's Ohio State.
I know. It feels like I'm ganging up on them today, too, but I think I agree with Lance.
Yeah, I think I've got to look at schedule right now.
Well, I got it right here. Penn State's their big one, Lance. I mean, they're at Indiana, but this Indiana team's regressing a little bit.
I'll just tell you, the way they're playing right now and the way Rutgers is playing defense in 2 weeks, it could be an interesting game. Ohio State's got way too many athletes.
It's at Rutgers.
Turns out Shiano's a really good coach.
Oh, yeah, and that's a perfect fit for him. Indiana, I mean, that would have been before the season. You would have said, I mean, Penn State's going to play them tough.
Look, Michigan State's, you do not like Mel Tucker, but the job he's doing down there in year 2 is pretty good.
Well, what he did is he went out and he stole a couple of guys that transferred in. And, Peyton Thorne. Well, you know what I'm saying.
I know what you're saying.
But this Kenneth Walker kid can run the football. He was up and down gashing Miami. Peyton Thorne's a pretty good quarterback who's yet to turn the football over. Naylor's a good wide receiver. I mean, Michigan State's got playmakers. That was the problem the last couple of years. They didn't have, guys that could actually make plays offensively, and now Mel Tucker's got that.
If Ohio State played at Michigan today or Saturday, what's the line on that game?
Ohio State would be a 9-point favorite.
I thought it'd be closer than that. I mean, I'm not buying into Michigan either just yet, even though they were my
way
stock
too
up.
one-dimensional.
They are. I mean, they run the heck out of the football. But what can Ohio State not do right now? They can't stop the run. So actually, that type of offense might be the year that they've actually got the offense that's tailor-made against that Ohio State defense.
I just think Ohio State's going to lose one of these conference games, and they're going to be 10-2 at the end of the year. That still might get them in the Big Ten championship, but right now, I still think Oklahoma and Clemson, based on schedules. I mean, Clemson, look, as bad as this offense has been,
nobody.
Did you guys realize that Brent Venables' defense has yet to give up an offensive touchdown?
Yeah.
I've noticed that.
Yeah, it's hard to do through 3 games.
3, 3, and 8 is what they've allowed, and the 8 from Georgia Tech was 2 field goals and a safety.
Yep.
So their defense has allowed teams to do nothing but kick field goals.
And on the other side with the Oklahoma, I'm not as concerned. Spencer Rattler's not playing well, but his QBR through 3 games is the exact same as it was in 2020. So with Lincoln Riley, I think Spencer Rattler will get better as the year progresses. Their defense has 4 sacks and at least 4 sacks in all 3 of their games. So the defense is getting after it.
I've got 3 minutes here before the top of the hour in Tom Luginbill. Wake Forest and Boston College are unbeaten. Wake Forest with 20 starters back, and those super seniors and stuff, averaging 39 points per game and getting 0 respect. They're underdogs. And if it slips to 4.5, it'll be my upset alert tomorrow. Wake Forest and Virginia this weekend. No respect for this Wake Forest team.
Well, no. First of all, BC lost their quarterback. That's why they're not getting the respect.
Jerkovic is out for the year,
right.
and Hafley's a really good coach, and that's what Ohio State misses.
It's Jeff Hafley,
former defensive coordinator.
But Wake, I was going to say this before you brought that up. When I look at the remainder of the Clemson schedule, this is a tricky game for them. Saturday at NC State, the toughest remaining game for them might be Wake Forest.
Yeah, I think we forget, and I've brought this up before, Dave Clawson's a really good good coach.
Yeah, he
and
is.
always seems to have good quarterback play, and Sam Hartman is the quarterback that is leading that team this year.
Seemed like he wanted to go to Tennessee at one point, didn't he?
Who, Clawson?
Yeah,
I think he was in the running, yeah.
Wake is going to be a really, really tough out. They'll lose multiple games. They probably lose to Virginia this week.
But it's in Death
It'll be
Valley,
a really,
too.
really good game.
It's in Death Valley. I mean, I don't know that playing at Wake, I don't even know why I brought that up.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to get I know BC's in the good division with Clemson and them. Is Wake in the other one? Or is Wake in the good division,
No,
too?
Wake's in their division.
Yeah.
Wake's in the same division as Clemson.
Yeah.
So BC and Wake both in the division with Clemson. How about that?
Yeah, Wake, to me, based on what I haven't really seen from Miami and North Carolina, I think Wake would beat both those teams right now.
All right, Redmont Vodka, Redmont Distilling, they bring you part of our show today. And I was in Charles Barkley's hometown saying hi to some friends over, I believe it was Leeds Family Eye Care or something yesterday. And I thought of Charles Barkley while I was over there, though. Redmont Vodka and Distilling. I sent a picture out for the folks at Redmont.
Hey, it is locally owned and operated. Charles Barkley is one of the great faces behind Redmont Vodka. Their aim, clarity and taste, color, smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish that doesn't have a harsh aftertaste. It's 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC stores. It's the fastest growing distillery in Alabama. It's Redmont.
Okay, just give me the old ding every time you hear a little BS in this Gene Smith statement. He's the AD at Ohio State. Remember, I told you yesterday, their lowest crowd at the Horseshoe since 1971, 76,546. He told the trustees not to worry. 20,000 people bought tickets and just stayed home.
Ding.
Ding.
He said one of the reasons why they stayed home was the heat.
Ding.
One of the reasons they stayed home, they preferred to watch that game on television or at bars.
Ding.
I don't know if that's a ding or not.
One of the reasons it was a low crowd was the opponent. Yeah.
I won't say that's a ding.
Guess who they played this week? Akron.
Oh.
Who's worse than the team they played last week.
Yeah.
Some of it had to be the fact they were coming off the Oregon loss.
Oh, a lot of that.
Look, and this Tulsa team, they're 0-3, but Tulsa is a good football team. They should have beaten Oklahoma State, had ball in hand to tie it up against Ohio State.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if they can get the buzz going back in Columbus. We get the buzz going with Lugs next on the next round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from my friends at Royal Bedding on Highway 31 in Pelham. See their entire line of mattresses at RoyalBeddingInc.com. Right now, more than ever, American-made, Alabama-made means something. And that's what you get at Royal Bedding on Highway 31 in Pelham. Birmingham's only mattress factory and family-owned. Tom Ginger and TJ Vignell have been providing Alabamians with a great night's sleep for over 30 years. Stop by and see them on Highway 31 in Pelham and feel the difference of a custom-made mattress from Royal Bedding.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri. Greystone Chiropractic and their brand new facility in Tattersall Park is the premier family wellness office in Birmingham. Dr. Lee Goldenberg is committed to helping families unleash their unlimited healing potential naturally in a beautiful and stress-free environment. Voted best in Birmingham 3 years in a row, nominated for Shelby County Healthcare Provider of the Year. What sets Dr. Goldenberg and Greystone Chiropractic apart? Their attention to detail, their thorough approach with patients, and their excellent customer service. I trust my family with Dr. Goldenberg. You can too. Visit GreysstoneChiropractor.com or call 981-8090.
Take a second to listen to me. Do you have problems sleeping? Is your energy down? Your workouts not the same? Is your libido down? Your problem could be as simple as low testosterone. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution. You can come in, get a medical consultation and blood work. If medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website alabamamensclinic.com. Another side effect could be depression, and most men wait a year or longer before ever getting tested. The goal line to better sleep, more energy, a rekindled love life, and more may be as simple as getting your low T checkup at Alabama Men's Clinic. Located in Birmingham to serve you. The number again, 205-598-7000 or one click at alabamamensclinic.com. That's alabamamensclinic.com. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch. That's what you get at Walk-Ons. And now mix in the best atmosphere to watch live sports. Add that elite-level beer selection, and you've got a winner just off Highway 280 and 119. Happy hour at Walk-Ons is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
This hour, The Next Round, is brought to you by Excalibur Services, a name you can trust when it comes to residential heating, AC, and electrical services. Excalibur is growing and looking for exceptional HVAC techs, plumbers, and electricians. 205-718-8688. Alabama license number 15214.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
TNR presented by Bud Light from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studio high atop the Blue Lake Center. This hour of the show brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken. We'll get to that and tell you more about Champy's and how you can win your tailgate coming up in a moment. By the way, one of the headlines out there today, Josh Heupel still non-committal on who will start for his team this week against the Gators. Joe Milton battling back from the injury. He is practicing. Hendon Hooker has looked good at times. The fans seem to want Harrison Bailey, any, mini, miny, and mo there as Tennessee tries to find a quarterback. Before we talk to Luke, tell us about our great friends at Hemphill.
Our friends at Hemphill Services, my go-to guys for all things heating and cooling. Hemphill Services, they've been serving Birmingham since 1954. They're who Birmingham trusts. They're who I trust to do the job right and at a fair price. Hemphill Services, an independent train dealer. They service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Call 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
All right, let's go to the Pepsi hotline. Tom Luginbill, ESPN, with us. He's presented each week by Jack's Western Wear and Coleman. Luke's wears boots on the sidelines. I think he's the only college football guy to do that. Do you know that for a fact, Luke, that you're the only one?
I don't know if I'm the only one. I might be, but I'm definitely the only person in our profession that doesn't own a pair of dress shoes.
Yeah, Molly McGrath had boots on this past week.
That is correct. Yes, Luginbill is not alone. I remember that.
Luke, yours don't go above the knee, do they?
Did you just say you do not own a pair of dress shoes?
I do not own a pair of dress shoes. I have not owned a pair of dress shoes since I was in high school.
Wow. All boots all the time for Luke. So
I had no idea.
Yeah, and then last week, my boots almost melted on me. Literally, it was 110 degrees in Bloomington, Indiana.
Yeah.
So when you go to the beach, you look like Fonz? You keep your boots on?
Sneakers.
I got sneakers. I got flip-flops. I got Vans. I got all of that stuff, but no dress shoes in this closet.
Well, he'll fit right in because he's Texas Tech at Texas right there in Austin, 11 o'clock ABC. A lot of boot wearing there. I watched a good bit of your game Saturday you just mentioned until it started to get out of hand a little bit, Cincinnati and Indiana. Look, Indiana could have easily been up 21-24 to nothing in that game. Is Cincinnati for real, or did Indiana just let them back in? I don't know. I mean, I left that game. I don't know about Cincinnati.
I think Cincinnati's a good football team. I don't think they're a top 10 team.
Yeah.
I think they're probably more realistically between a 14 and 17, somewhere in that window. Really well coached, really good players. Did not play very well the other day. In fact, 2 weeks in a row in the first half, they've actually stunk it up on offense. And their issues, I think, kind of revolve around the offensive line. They're not very good in the offensive line, don't have a lot of depth there right now. And Indiana had their opportunity. They had a great crowd. You know, I don't know, and I know there's been a lot of talk about officiating and targeting coming off of this weekend. I don't know if I've ever seen a game more negatively affected by a questionable targeting call that removed Indiana's best player, linebacker Micah McFadden, from the game at a time where Indiana was completely in control of the game. The crowd was crazy. Momentum was on Indiana's side. And if that doesn't happen, obviously there's no guarantees of anything going forward another quarter and a half. I don't think Indiana loses the game. I mean, it took that much air out of the stadium.
Yeah, I agree watching that game. And some other observations from that game, Michael Penix cannot be healthy. He's already got 6 picks. He's completing less than 50% of his passes. And Freifogel was such a focus of this offense last year, and now DJ Matthews has become that guy. It just seems like the offense completely is a mess right now.
You know, I kind of feel for Michael Penix. He's had 3 straight years with a season-ending injury. This one's been an ACL, and in the first 2 weeks, you could just see. No, we don't want to be too hard on him on air, but there's no confidence. He's not comfortable. The decisions he made in the opening loss to Iowa was just damning upon where he's at mentally. And Ty Freifogel did not show up in that matchup. He was non-existent. Now he's going against arguably not only a first-round draft choice, but maybe one of the best, if not the best, corners in college football in Ahmad Gardner, and he was completely shut down. I thought that Michael Penix made more plays than he had the previous 2 weeks. He did show improvement. The bottom line is if you throw the football to the other team, then you're going to struggle to produce points and you're going to struggle to win the game.
You know, I'm interested to get your view from not around here, because you can sometimes see the forest, not because of the trees, because you're in Charlotte most of the time, but you're a national voice. Your takeaway from Alabama, everywhere I read, the reaction seems to be, oh, everybody's in play again. Alabama's beatable. There's cracks in the armor. Was there any positive coming for Alabama winning that game against number 11 Florida in Gainesville? It just seems to be a bunch of negative out there, Lukes.
Wait a minute. Alabama won?
Yeah. Shockingly, they did hold on to win that one, yes.
Oh, I thought the whole entire program just went down last weekend. Holy smokes. I think there's a bunch. To be honest with you, if I'm Nick Saban, I leave that stadium, I get on the bus, I'm heading to the airport, and I got my fingers in both my hands together. I'm twiddling my fingers, and I'm saying, excellent. Because now I've got coaching material. Now I've got correctable items. I've got a ton of content to point out and get our guys refocused on the task at hand. I think what we and I've said this before with you guys, I feel like I say it with everybody. We've become so conditioned to think it's going to be easy every week. And that Florida team isn't a bunch of bums. In fact, that Florida team's got a bunch of 4- and 5-star players on it. And you know what? They were well coached. They were well prepared. We've seen this happen with Dan Mullen coached teams before. I had the one at Mississippi State when if Todd Grantham doesn't go all out cover 0 on the 10-yard line and Jalen Hurts throws the slant, Alabama loses that game in Starkville. And so, you know, I felt like there were times that Alabama looked really good. There were other times that mentally they made some errors on defense. I don't think they'll be overly pleased when they went back and looked at the tape at some of their run fits and some of the areas and positions they put themselves in coverage. But they're all coachable items. And now all of a sudden you've got your kids' attention. Everybody is focused, and you can move on. And it's been my experience watching them, whether it's been a loss or a close game, it always seems to be something that presses the reset button. Almost every single time. I look at that and say we went on the road versus the 11th ranked team in the country in a hostile environment, did not play our best, and we won the game and come away with all kinds of things to improve upon and get our kids' attention.
ESPN's Tom Luginbill is on the Pepsi hotline. His appearances each week are brought to you by Jack's Western Wear, just off I-65 there in Coleman. When I watch Auburn play, and you know way more about the game than me, I don't feel like Bo Nix has great receivers to throw to. You evaluated all these guys, and now you've watched them at the collegiate level. Are they subpar at receiver? How would you describe their receiver situation for Bo Nix?
I don't think they are what we've seen from them before. I don't know if they have that Seth Williams that you go, all right, this guy is a guy that we can count on. Everybody's aware of him. We're going to have to figure out a way to get the ball in his hand. I don't think they're as big and tall as they've been before, which I believe can hurt you a bit on the 50-50 ball. It can hurt you in the red zone. I think the one thing that is encouraging is while Bo Nix missed some throws, he didn't make some of the catastrophic plays that can set you back that we've seen him make in the past in an unbelievable hostile environment. I just think that they're still kind of trying to find out who they are, what this offense is now as opposed to what it's going to be. I think if you're an Auburn fan, you're somewhat encouraged by your resiliency, your toughness. I said on our Sunday morning show, I said that was one of those games where you had to get a note from your mother to play it. I mean, those guys were just beating on each other and banging on each other, and it takes its toll on everybody. And I think if Brian Harsin and the staff could go back, the one fatal flaw was the opening play of the third quarter, and they never seemed to recover from it. That play call really, really hurt them. It took away the momentum. Kind of felt like it took the air out of their sideline, and they weren't able to recover from it.
I think we all agree that Tank Bigsby's an elite talent. If he's an A player, where is Jarquez Hunter?
Say that again. I couldn't quite hear you, Lance.
Yeah, I was saying Tank Bigsby, we all agree, is an elite player. If he's an A, where is Jarquez Hunter?
Oh, man. I don't know. B plus. You're comparing to Tank Bigsby. There's not a lot of people in the country who can compare Tank Bigsby to. I think John Robinson is the other guy. Reese Hall's another guy. This new young buck up at Ohio State, Travion Henderson, is a guy. There's a lot of really, really good running back play. And I think the one thing that helps Tank Bigsby is I think this team really suits him. What they're doing with him, more of a downhill, shoulder square to the line of scrimmage approach. The fact that they know not only can he push the pile, can he break tackles, but if he gets to the second level, he can be a home run threat. But I think that he and John Robinson and Brees Hall are all comparable guys.
Texas A&M and Arkansas this week. It's the biggest game in the SEC. It's on CBS. Is there a chance Arkansas does to the Aggies what they did to the Horns?
Well, in my preparation of the Texas Tech game this weekend, as bad as Texas is or looked on that day in the offensive line, you could make an argument that Arkansas looked every bit as good in their defensive front seven. And I really, really believe that. I was so impressed not only with Arkansas's effort and their execution, but their team speed on defense. They were flat out faster than Texas. They played harder than Texas. And while I know you've got to be encouraged at Texas A&M with Zach Calzada, and now you feel like, okay, maybe we've got something we can build on, I think he's going to be under duress. He really is. This Arkansas team, I didn't know until I really peeled back the layers on Sunday. I didn't know if Texas kind of went out and laid an egg and Arkansas had the opportunity to take advantage of it. Was it a home field advantage type of deal? I came away saying that Arkansas is a heck of a lot better than I ever thought that they would be. And so I think Texas A&M is going to have their hands full. The question for me is, will Arkansas be able to consistently run the football against Texas A&M? That's going to be real critical, that Arkansas doesn't become one-dimensional where they can't run the ball and they get behind the chains, because I don't think that KJ Jefferson, I don't think that offense is built to be in 3rd and 7 plus on a routine basis.
ESPN's Tom Luginbill for a few more moments of the Pepsi Hotline, presented by Jack's Western Wear in Coleman. Are Clemson's offensive problems fixable this season?
Oh, that's a really good question, and I think there are problems that if you watched them at the end of the last year, you could see bleed over into this season. I don't know if the offensive line is correctable. Could it be improved? I would hope so. You hope to improve each and every week, but the pieces of the puzzle they're playing with aren't changing. And then on top of that, you have a quarterback that's been erratic, that has been spotty, has been not been innately accurate. I think it's a combination of things. And now you're starting to have the injury bug with Tyler Davis on defense, gone for the season, one of the difference makers in their front. Now you've got Lynn J. Dixon, the running back, entering the transfer portal. It's clear that they're going to allow Will Shipley to kind of be the bell cow of that offense. But to me, it's a combination of offensive line play and the quarterback settling down, adhering to fundamentals, and accurately throwing the football to where it is supposed to go. So it's a combination of things, but I've been concerned about the offensive front for them going back to this last season.
You saw Jackson Dart play in high school. I was completely blown away. Multiple mistakes. He was playing on one knee part of the game, though. Will Keaton Slovis see the field again this year?
It's going to be tough. I think he's going to have to earn it. You know, I think I shared this with you guys before. The thing that's so neat about Jackson Dart is, you know, he went to Zach Wilson's high school, goes to Zach Wilson's high school, and if the state of Utah does not decide to play high school football during the pandemic, he's never even at USC. It's amazing. He had one of the best senior seasons I've ever seen from any quarterback in the last 16 years of doing this. He was lightly recruited prior to last fall. He's a difference maker. Whoever the next coach is at SC is going to have a difference maker under center. And Keaton Slovis has been inconsistent. He's dealt with injury problems. And I think the onus is on him to win the job back, because if they get hot behind Jackson Dart, there's no telling what's going to happen, because SC does have some good players.
Jody in our YouTube chat wants us to ask if you have seen Cry Macho with Clint Eastwood, and if so, what is your review? You are a huge Clint Eastwood guy. I'm a huge Clint guy. I have seen it. I actually watched it on the road last week. I liked it. I didn't love it. I thought it was a bit slow. I marvel at all of the things that he does, though, as an actor, a producer, a director. You know, a lot of people don't realize he composes his own music for the films that he directs. I thought it was a little bit like The Mule, just not quite as good, but I enjoyed it. It wasn't, you know, when you're comparing it against a Gran Torino, when you're comparing it against, you know, a $1 Million Baby and Unforgiven, all of these great movies that he's done, a Richard Jewell, American Sniper, it's certainly not in those categories. Okay. That's a very lukewarm review. Basically,
that's right. I would call it lukewarm. That's probably fair.
Yeah, lukewarm. Yeah. So, but basically, Luginbill liked it only because he loves Clint Eastwood. If not,
and he was on the road and he was bored.
Yeah.
Well, you hate he's going to go out like this. You've got a feeling this is probably his last film. Like Jack Nicholson goes out with The Departed.
Right. I hope that's not the case. You know, when you watch him, I mean, you can really see the age. But like, there's scenes in the movie where like he's running around. There's a couple of scenes in the movie where he has to get down on the ground real quickly and look underneath like a car, and he doesn't look 91. I mean, but you can tell the age is there, and even if he doesn't act any further, I certainly hope he directs a few more.
Yeah. So Luke's popcorn box was half full.
Yes,
for that one.
Popcorn box. Yes, popcorn box was half full. There's no doubt about that. And then I've got a couple other things that I'll have to review maybe for next week. So we'll have to wait.
Okay, that's quite a tease. So next Tuesday, Luginbill with some other movie reviews.
Call that a tease in the business.
Yes, that is a strong tease. Texas Tech at Texas, 11 o'clock ABC, another tease. That's where you'll see Luginbill in his boots on the sideline, deep in the heart of Texas. Thank you, Lukes.
All right, guys, take care.
All right, Tom Luginbill on the Pepsi Hotline. That's on me. Forgot to hang it up, Rockstar. Luginbill on the Pepsi Hotline. He's presented each week by Jack's Western Wear, just off I-65 in Coleman.
Alex writes in Twitter, sadly, I'm with Lance on this one. I'm pulling for the Hogs, but A&M's won 9 straight and might be without 3 offensive linemen. The Hogs might be without 3 offensive linemen in this contest.
I mean, better players on that A&M roster. And again, the pressure does shift to A&M, though. I mean, this is just one of those games you can't afford to lose if you want to get to where you need to be at the end of the year. And for Texas A&M fans coming into this year, there was one game circled. And now you've got this Arkansas team that is all of a sudden undefeated, number 16 national.
The old dreaded one-game circle, but here comes the Hogs, something that Texas has dealt with before. 205-734-0923 later in the show. When we come back, though, Trash with LT is just around the corner. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends there with Mortgage Right. Mortgage Right will bring us our trash in just a second, but also right now, Brownie will tell us about a unique ticket giveaway we have going with Mortgage Right.
Well, any home game in the country, the home game of your choosing, you can attend that courtesy of Mortgage Right. MortgageRight.com/TNR for the next round. TNR, that's where you go. When you go to MortgageRight.com/TNR and submit a mortgage application, any application filled out during the month of September is entered into this contest. And Mortgage Right's going to draw a winner October 1. You could get tickets to the game of your choice in college football. So if you want to be that winner, MortgageRight.com/TNR and just start an application. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Back to the NFL for a second. Obviously, Tom Brady's the all-time touchdown thrower for the New England Patriots. Tell me, is there a chance he ends up being that for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers?
How close is it? I guess is it Brad
Johnson or Doug Williams?
Keep guessing.
Oh, so we haven't got any Sean King?
Nope.
Jameis Winston?
Trent Dilfer.
It is Jameis Winston.
Yeah, but he also leads in interceptions.
With only 121 touchdown passes. That is the franchise lead in Tampa.
Well, he's on pace for 77, so if he plays another year, he probably will be that guy.
Brady's got 49 to date. So it's still a long ways to go, but he's going to move into number 2 pretty quickly, maybe this year.
He's got so many weapons. And look, the offense is not going to be the problem for Tampa if they stay healthy. I mean, I think you agree with me. It's going to be the back end of that defense. 5 touchdowns this past week against Atlanta. I mean, I think a bad game for Tom Brady's probably 3 touchdown tosses. I mean, he's gonna break the single season record, but multiple guys might break it this year.
Can Tom Brady be the all-time leading touchdown passer at 2 franchises?
I mean, that would be a heck of an accomplishment. I mean, that's an unreal accomplishment.
I mean,
when you think about it.
The Buccaneers' numbers are down around the Panthers and the other teams that, the Bucs came in the 70s.
Yeah.
They're around the Texans. They're around the ones that are just online. The Buccaneers are so low. So rare do they have a quarterback that hangs around for a lengthy period of time.
I mean, I would guess offhand he had to pass Bledsoe to get it for the Patriots. Either Bledsoe or Tony Eason would be my guess.
Grogan was there for a long
maybe
time.
Steve Grogan, I don't know.
I don't know who it was to know.
So
I think he had 400
with
the Patriots.
Yeah. I mean, I would guess Bledsoe offhand.
Yeah. It's just weird that if Brady
does play to an accomplishment.
He promised Gronk last week he thinks he can play to 50. If he plays to 50, he'll be the all-time leading touchdown thrower at 2 places.
He was joking just a little bit.
I can wish. I can hope.
6 more seasons.
Right now, it looks really good. Really good. Fun game this week in Los Angeles.
I mean, you got to be thrilled because it felt like you were renting him for a Super Bowl, and really you're not.
Well,
I mean, you're going to get several years out of him.
Are we going stake on that?
We got a Super Bowl out of it.
I know, but it wasn't just a rental. You're going to get more than just that 1 year out of him.
What's the point spread on
it? L.A. is 1.5.
I will take the Bucs on whatever the point spread is when Brown pulls up scores and odds.
Okay.
If it's gone one way or the other, we'll play that. That is a Royal Betting stake bet update. Highway 31 in Pelham, RoyalBettingInc.com. Hit the lights, Forrester, as we throw a stake bet out. I think I'm down to 2 or 3. I lost another one this weekend with Virginia Tech and West Virginia. I'm bleeding. I need to eat one more steak.
I've got a Rams favored by 0.5 point. Is that even possible?
I've never seen a half.
I haven't either, but that's where it is at scoresandodds.com.
Okay, so we'll go with the 1.5 then, LT. It's down to a half?
That's what I'm just minus 0.5. I've never seen that in my life.
Yeah, I mean, you would just have that at a pick.
Yeah, it's a pick at that point. So go play it at a pick.
Well, no, I mean, there's a chance they could play to a
tie.
A 27-27 tie. I'll take that hook just in case.
That's fine. Take the hook. I love earlier in the show, the best team in the NFL, and I really think you do this just to F with me, is the Rams. And now you're taking Tampa on the road.
Because you wanted a stake bet. I didn't want to kill time sitting here saying no LT, no LT, no LT. We're going to eventually, it's my team and your team. I'm going to believe in my team, though I think the Rams are the best team. There's no way we beat you this week in that beautiful stadium. I mean, Tom Brady will walk in, he'll be like, what a beautiful stadium. I can't.
You guys watch Chargers and Cowboys this weekend. SoFi is so different when the Chargers are there.
Well, it was all Cowboys fans. It was like they were playing in Dallas.
They don't need. Stan Kroenke needs to do whatever he needs to do to get rid of the Chargers.
It's a beautiful stadium.
Oh, it is an awesome
gorgeous.
stadium.
Beautiful. Host of the Super Bowl this year. All right, Trash with LT is next. Stay with us.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. Major situation the other day. Basement and garage flooded. So who did I call? Our friends at Dry Tech Water Restoration. Call them today, 205-637-0143. They were at my house within an hour. They will always respond quickly, and they answer the phone, 205-637-0143. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. No ties to any insurance companies. Go online, mydrytech.com. That's mydrytech.com, or call 205-637-0143.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
I can't say it simpler than this. Way to Wellness saved my life. I'm Jim Dunaway, and the Way to Wellness program helped me lose 45 pounds and get my blood pressure and cholesterol in check. You can do it too. Go to the website, aplanforme.com. No cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed for you. The program is overseen by board-certified professionals. There are no contracts, there are no sign-up fees, and you get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com. Tell them you want a plan like Jim. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
If you owe back taxes and are looking for a way out, I've got the answer. This is Jim Dunaway, and I've seen what ignoring IRS tax problems can do. There is hope, and it starts by calling my friend Perry Cronin with Axiom Tax Resolution Group. Let me explain 2 things. 1, the IRS is starting to take the gloves off again post-pandemic. That means they are getting more aggressive with their collection efforts. Don't fall victim to liens and garnishments. Call Perry Cronin today. The second thing is this. Don't call some national 1-800 number. This is too important for you to be just some other number. Perry and his daughter Teresa Cronin are tax professionals right in our area. You'll meet with them face to face and they'll give you a free consultation. Call 205-872-1100. That's 205-872-1100. Or the website, 205tax.com. Perry Cronin can show you there's hope when dealing with the IRS. Visit 205tax.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now, you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
Back with you on the Next Round. We've got a winner for our New Life Art giveaway we'll do in just a second as we get ready for Trash with LT. Don't forget, baseball's still going on. Forster's White Sox can clinch the division today. Magic number's 2. Is that what you're showing me? Magic number for the Rays to clinch a playoff spot is 3, only 5 to win the championship. I mean, to win the division title for the Rays. Austin Riley with a big night last night for the Braves. Braves' magic number is down to 13 to win the division. Back to a 3-game lead over the Phillies, though, so good for them. Thank you to Taylor Shaddix. Taylor Shaddix is our weekly winner of our New Life Art giveaway, sending us a picture. There you go, picture of him and Clay down in Gainesville this week.
Hope Taylor had the nut dust. He got a little sweat coming through.
It's hot in Gainesville, I heard.
It was hot and humid down there, and the loudest crowd. I had other people last night who were at the game, loudest crowd they've ever been around. Another guy backed that up at poker last night. He was down on the guy trip. Taylor Shaddix is the winner from our friends at New Life Art. I also had a picture from his seat there as well inside the swamp. Thank you to New Life Art. They'll send Taylor something.
Yes, New Life Art, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call for more information, 1-800-735-2787 or online, danielmooreart.com.
I will tell you, our friend Jay over in the chat room, Brady's arm's got to start getting weak at some point. Does it?
I mean, if you go back and watch the Thursday night opener, Collinsworth maintains his releases quicker now than it's ever been, and he explained why. It was some exercises that Brady was doing that he's getting the ball out quicker than he ever has in his career, according to those numbers, according to Collinsworth's numbers.
I mean, Alex Smith played a whole season never throwing it further than 5 yards, so there's still that year left for Brady.
The check down year?
The check down year.
Yeah, the late Drew Brees year.
The Peyton Manning year.
Yeah.
So, I mean, which gives out first? Gronk or Brady?
Gronk looks like he really took the offseason seriously this year.
Do you legit believe he said on the Manning cast last night that he does not watch game film?
No film at all.
That basically Brady gives him a rundown of, hey, here's what we're doing.
Yeah, I could believe that.
It felt 100% legit. I don't think it was just
He came out of retirement. He's like, listen, Tom, I'll come, but I'm not watching one bit of film. You give me a Cliff Note version of what you want to do 30 minutes before the game.
And that's apparently what happens is Brady's like, okay, here's what we're looking at. This is what we're going to do.
They basically just run the same plays they ran for a decade for him.
Right.
And it's all nuance. It's like ad lib.
If he would have stayed healthy his entire career, best tight end in the history of the game.
Yeah. They're fun to watch together. They have great chemistry. All right, let's do Trash with LT, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. Big button rock star, please.
Retired Army Lieutenant General Lieutenant. Oh, I'm scared. Well, are we having Hertling joining us?
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, there's no place like home, and nobody knows that better than Mortgage Right. With locations nationwide, they are the perfect matchmaker to connect you with the home of your dreams. Mortgage Right's team of skilled professionals. They've got the skills and knowledge to move you in with confidence. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR. Start your home buying journey today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Our printer's down, so I've got to pull this up.
Those opens by Rockstar just...
It's uncomfortable.
Well, it's uncomfortable because there can't be a worse feeling. Dunaway, pretty much the only TV I've ever done has been either non-scripted or taped, where if we really have a bust, we go back and redo it. I can't imagine a worse feeling than being live on TV, teleprompter down, not knowing what to say like that last
The
guy.
worst is live in the field. The worst night ever was Alabama LSU. I think it was the Yeldon.
I remember that's the night we rode the what's it called?
Rickshaw.
We rode the rickshaw back to the hotel. Great story.
But we're in post game, and the ratings are tremendous. People hang around and wait to hear Nick Saban's post game. So if it drew a 35 rating on CBS 42, there's probably a 27 rating, which is like a month worth of newscast.
It's 27% of the population.
Yeah.
basically.
So I'm sitting there, and I do the first segment with the highlights that were pre-cut, squeezed into Yeldon touchdown TV version. And I tease when we come back, Nick Saban post-game comments.
Guess who never showed up?
And from our location at Tiger Stadium on the other side of the stadium, direct other side is where Saban's news conference is. Couldn't get a live shot from over there, so we're waiting to run a tape over. Or a little digital card at that point.
Where was Brown for you?
I don't know. Trying to get us a ride, I guess.
I was trying to find a cab to get us back to the hotel. It was a disaster.
So, okay, we don't have Saban, and we did something else. And they said, we got Saban in the next segment. Tease Saban. No Saban. The next segment.
That's tough.
Five times I teased Saban. We never had Saban. Ever.
Hey, we start with Boston Skinny House sold.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, I'll give you the details.
Okay.
What do you think a skinny house in Boston would sell for?
I'm getting Boston's probably high dollar.
I've seen this story. It's an amazing story.
I would say $585.
Boston's skinny house, which according to legend was built during a family feud during the Civil War, was sold for $1.25 million.
I was offering it for a deal.
Now, a soldier found out after returning home from the Civil War his brother had built a property on their inherited land from their deceased father, leaving him with only a tiny section of the property. Local legend has it he built the skinny house, also nicknamed a spite house, to block sunlight from his brother's home.
Yeah. Well, Rockstar, pull this up while he reads this story because it's an amazing picture of the Boston skinny house.
Now, the skinny house at 44 Hull Street was listed on sale for $1.2 million, and the sale of the home closed on Thursday for $1.25 million, according to Zillow. The Sage Greenhouse is a little over 1,100 square feet, has 2 bedrooms, 1 bath, private garden, roof deck. Its widest point is 10 feet, and the narrowest point is 6.2 feet.
All right, so here you go. Imagine back in the days when it was built, Brown, the houses weren't as tall as the apartments on each side.
Right.
So he built it just straight up.
Because it's the only land his family left him.
To block his brother's sunlight.
That is pretty... that is not the most petty thing I've ever seen done on a piece of land, but that's maybe the second most petty thing I've ever seen done.
Yeah, didn't we have a trash story where somebody built... like chicken coops or something?
No, that's an actual story that I told you from over in Calhoun County, which is the most petty thing I've ever seen.
That is now number one.
That is number one.
I think there's a place like that down on 38 that you can rent, and each bedroom's on. There's basically each floor is a bedroom and a small little nook to sit on.
And it's $3,000 a night.
Yeah, and it's $3,000 a night, but it's a pain in the you-know-what to have to walk up to the kitchen on the second floor or walk up to the third floor to somebody else's bedroom. And then the first floor is where you come in, just straight up and down.
A man has been fined after he was found with a Kinder egg full of drugs wedged between his buttocks.
Rockstar, do you have a picture of that one?
No,
Yeah,
we're
well,
gonna pass on this.
that's on my phone.
My little one loves the Kinder eggs.
Now, Ikamuda Arundo was a passenger in a car, which was pulled over by police on the evening of January 26th this past year. Officers arrested the 21-year-old after they deemed he was acting suspiciously, seemed to be hiding something.
He kept wiggling in his seat.
Now, he was taken to the police station, strip search, where a Kinder egg full of wraps of cocaine was found between his buttocks.
That's not what my daughter gets in her Kinder egg. She does not get cocaine, Rockstar.
Now, he was in London visiting his girlfriend. He's been fined 150 pounds and has pleaded guilty to possession of a Class A drug.
Those things are, it's a normal egg size. So he really wanted those drugs.
Oof.
If he really wanted those drugs, Brown.
He wanted it pretty bad, Jimmy.
Take him out of the Kinder egg then.
Yeah.
According to the county sheriff, Byron Swiley, body was found inside of a vehicle. Now, Sheriff Swiley says a man who drove the vehicle realized that there was a body inside of the vehicle's trunk once he got inside of the car. Now, the coroner, Ellis Stewart, says 2 men found the car with a free car sign on it with the keys inside.
Free car, just come take
That's
this
awesome.
thing.
It's like,
Do not open the trunk.
No strings attached.
They drove the car and looked inside after arriving at a family member's home. The body has been identified as 34-year-old. Stewart said his body had been there for several days and was found without clothes. An autopsy will be done to determine the cause of death.
So if you're the guy that owned the car, clearly they come straight to your house to find out when there's a dead body in the trunk.
There's nothing suspicious about that. The fact that, hey, we're at this house. Real quick, let's open the trunk together. Yeah. And that's a body. Let's call the police.
If you're the guy that left the car with the free car and the body in the trunk, your claim is, I didn't leave a body in the trunk. I left it for free a car. I was trying to get rid of it.
Yeah, you're gonna be talking to Lenny and Briscoe pretty quick.
Somebody else put the body in the trunk.
If you, let's just say you were hiring and you had a potential candidate come in to interview, and is there a tattoo that would be scary enough where you'd be like, there's zero chance I'm hiring this person?
666 on the forehead.
Blow up everything on the forehead.
The reason I bring this up, and I don't know if you've got a photo for this, but a first-year Western University student who arrived in London from Saskatchewan had a rental agreement canceled last minute by a landlord who said she didn't like her tattoos. In an act one attorney said could result in a small claims court action. Now, Candace Ball, 18, graduated from high school in the spring and was elated to learn she had been accepted into Western's medical science program. Now, responding to an online ad from home, Ball rented a home and a house for $675 a month. She viewed the place online and spoke to the landlord, Esther Lee, who sent her a lease. Ball paid Lee a $50 deposit, signed the lease, loaded up her car, and started the 2-day drive to London.
So that's an angel with a ball and chain.
Looks like a ball and chain, yeah.
I mean, I don't know what's going on there,
Looks
but
like she's still flying though.
Yeah, I mean, I can handle it.
Doesn't particularly
Yeah.
scare me. I mean,
Now, according to Ball, quote, she calls me and just says, "I don't want you living here." I was like, "Hey, I have a lease. It's been signed. My deposit was sent over. What's the problem?" Every time I would ask her, "Why not? Is there anything I can do? Do we need to revise the lease?" But there was nothing from her end. It was just, "I don't want you living here."
you
now,
know, I think I figured out their tattoos, Lance. Does it explain the tattoos in the story?
hold on. Ball arrived in the
I've got it
city
too. I
a
think
few
so.
days before. Lease was start on September 1st. She had planned to stay in a hotel for a few days, but she was phoned given the bad news. Lee told CNBC News that they canceled the lease because she became scared after seeing Ball's tattoo. Now, the day the first two met, it was hot. Ball was wearing a tank top that showed her tattoos, which include a snake wrapped around a flower on her forearm.
Mm-hmm.
Now, is this the Garden of
Garden of
Eden?
Eden, because if you go back up to the arm, Rockstar, that's Satan being thrown out of heaven. The angel being thrown out. That's why it was a ball and chain.
Oh, ball and chain.
So she's got the whole, she's got a little Bible there on her arm. Yeah.
Or it's the old Pat Dye post-game speech, wrestling with them angels.
Wrestling them angels. Yep. I think it's the Garden of Eden. I think that's what she's got.
I think it's the snake that scares her more, right?
Probably so. I mean, that was El Diablo in the garden.
I think she's got somebody else that's going to pay more each month, and she's looking for a way to break that lease.
Now, I don't know what this tattoo is.
I also don't like the Sept.
Well, you know.
Teach their own, though.
Cute girl, though.
Very Alvin Kamara, like.
Yeah.
Okay, I got more odd reasons people broke things off. These do not include tattoos, though. First one. Guy once stopped contacting me after he told me that I made the ugliest faces.
You're not ugly. You just make ugly faces. And I can't handle it.
Unfortunately, it's all the time.
It's a problem I have, too.
Here's another one. I had a guy tell me that he wouldn't respond to a girl's text if it came up as a green bubble. He said that they were probably from an Android family and they were poor.
I mean, it's not petty at all.
Don't they cost the same? Android?
We can't do group text. It doesn't work for the. Sometimes if you're doing a group text with somebody with an Android, it'll start another group text chain.
I started off on Android, went to Apple, got pissed at Apple, went back to Android. The Android because the group text went back to Apple.
Yeah,
so I've done both.
But I really think they're top of the line. Android phone and Apple are the same price, so I don't think you're poor if you got one. You just like a different brand.
I had somebody the other day. I don't have an Apple, so I can't download y'all's app.
Oh, you know what? We forgot to put it on Android.
Yeah.
What a bunch of idiots we are.
Yeah, by the way,
Forrester, get on that.
On all apps.
Yes, of course.
And the final, well, no, I got two more. Odd reasons people broke things off. I was dating someone in high school. When I called him on his cell phone, it went to voicemail. It was just him freestyle rapping. I'm not joking. And the final reason people broke things off, she wouldn't hold my hand unless I wore gloves because I had, quote, weird hands. She also wouldn't let me kiss her unless I had a hat on because my forehead reminded her of the vampires on Buffy the Vampire Slayer and freaked her out.
Very specific.
Would love to see this person.
What weird hands. I'm not going to hold it unless you're wearing a glove. It's summer.
Yeah, well,
put a glove on.
Then we're not holding hands, clearly.
And that is trash with LT.
Yeah, life comes at you fast, but our friends at Mortgage Right, they're faster. Looking to refinance with a multitude of trusted professionals behind them, Mortgage Right has got your back. Whether you need a cash-out refinance to pay off debt, make home repairs, or just looking for a lower interest rate, Mortgage Right has the right option for you. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. NMLS 2239. Equal housing lender.
Hey, don't forget Brandon Marcello coming up at the top of the hour. We've already had Luginbill and Clay Travis, both of those podcasted at nextroundlive.com, nextroundlive.com. And we've got Brian Hartson as well in the final hour. Some of the highlights from his on-campus news conference yesterday as the Tigers try to bounce back from the loss on the road at Happy Valley. This hour of the show being brought to you by your place to win the tailgate. It's our friends at Champy's Chicken. Win your tailgate all football season long at Champy's world-famous fried chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Champy'sChicken.com. It's your home for the big game right on Highway 119. Blues, Brews, and Bird. It's Champy'sChicken.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
The season for golf is far from over. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Make sure you take advantage of the great weather heading our way at Ballantrae Golf Club, 620-GOLF, 620-4653. It's also never too late to fix your game. The Thompson School of Golf is based there at Ballantrae. They can help you as well. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653. 18 championship holes of golf at Ballantrae, always in fantastic shape, and it is so easy to get to. They treat you like family there at Ballantrae. Take it from me, I love the game. 620-GOLF, 620-4653.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Did you know 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer? September is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, and the expert urologists at Urology Centers of Alabama are leading the way in diagnosing and treating men with prostate cancer. Early detection is the key to survival. Guys, if you're over 50, it's time to have your PSA levels checked. It only requires a simple blood test and physical exam. With 13 convenient locations, making an appointment is a no-brainer. Visit UrologyCentersAlabama.com or call 205-930-0920. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
If you owe back taxes and are looking for a way out, I've got the answer. This is Jim Dunaway, and I've seen what ignoring IRS tax problems can do. There is hope, and it starts by calling my friend Perry Cronin with Axiom Tax Resolution Group. Let me explain 2 things. 1, the IRS is starting to take the gloves off again post-pandemic. That means they are getting more aggressive with their collection efforts. Don't fall victim to liens and garnishments. Call Perry Cronin today. The second thing is this. Don't call some national 1-800 number. This is too important for you to be just some other number. Perry and his daughter Teresa Cronin are tax professionals right in our area. You'll meet with them face to face and they'll give you a free consultation. Call 205-872-1100. That's 205-872-1100. Or the website 205tax.com. Perry Cronin can show you there's hope when dealing with the IRS. Visit 205tax.com.
A gambling story, sort of. If you ever wonder if your college coaches notice that kind of thing, point spreads and such, after LT tells us about our friends at Michelson.
969-8100. Make that phone call that I made almost 2 decades ago. I had the 20/200 vision. I was legitimately legally blind without the aid of contacts and eyeglasses. Didn't even realize that. After I went in, got the procedure done, 12 minutes for both eyes, 20/15 vision, better than 20/20. Make the phone call that I made. Hassle-free consultation. Michelson Laser Vision, UAB Highlands. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or online, MichelsonLaserVision.com.
From Brett McMurphy through the Action Network. Action Network doing a story on this. One current head coach in college You know, boosters gamble on the game a lot. I had one booster who had money on the game, and he comes up to me afterwards all jacked up because we just beat a team like Texas Southern. And coaches go into detail in this Action Network story with a list of the best coach and the worst coaches right now against the spread. And here's a hint. One of them's in the SEC. The best coach against the spread right now is in the SEC. You want to take a guess on who the Action Network says it is?
I'd guess Nick Saban. I mean, I don't know what time frame they're using, and I know he's coming off a game where they did not cover.
I really think Nick and Alabama fall about 50-50, don't they?
Oh, I don't think so.
Well, there was a roll, I think it was 2 years ago. I think last year they actually went on a pretty good roll too. I would say in the SEC right now, really good against the number, and I should know this. I am going to say Lane Kiffin.
Lane Kiffin, he says. You?
Sam Pittman.
According to the Action Network, Sam Pittman is the best against the point spread. They're usually getting a lot of points back in the day when he was starting to build it, right?
Yeah, that's why I said that, because he started out last year getting a ton of points. And think about, they won 3 games, but think about how many games he was in. You know, they were right in that Auburn game, right? And if they get a call, they win that game. What was the other game, Lance? There was one more. They were right in the game, Arkansas was. I can't remember who it was, and could have easily won that game. That's the only reason I guess Sam Pittman. And then Texas was a dog. They run Texas out of the joint.
Yeah, was it Missouri, or did they beat Missouri?
I can't know. Missouri went down to like overtime or something like that. Anyway, he's tight in almost all these games.
The Action Network compiled a list of current 102 FBS coaches who have coached at least 10 games in their current school and their winning percentages against the spread through September 21. The best college football coaches against the spread, number 1 is Sam Pittman of Arkansas, covering the spread 76.9% of the
That's
time.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Number 2.
You want to change that A&M pick now?
Number 2 on this list, Hugh Freeze of Liberty, covering 70.8% of the time.
Hugh Freeze felt like a guy, I'm not suggesting he threw a game at all, but he felt like a guy that always knew the point spread at Ole Miss. Am I wrong about that? Does he not feel like that kind of guy?
I'm telling you, Kiffin is that kind of guy. You don't remember at Florida Atlantic where they were like taking safeties just to not cover?
And then he would reference it on social media. He wouldn't out say it, but he'd do the wink face and all that.
Number 3 on the list, really good at covering 66.7%, Greg Schiano, Rutgers. Interesting game this week at Michigan. 2:30 ABC.
Catching 18.5, and I'll tell you the way that defense is playing right now, you slow down Michigan's run, you got to feel pretty good about the 18.5.
Worst against the spread, according to the Action Network. Third worst, Scott Loeffler, Bowling Green. Only covers 35% of the time.
Well, because they get their brains beat in. They're catching 31 this week to Minnesota. Now, they did cover a game that I had 2 weeks ago. I had South Alabama, and South Alabama was fortunate to win that game. But, again, Bowling Green is awful.
Surprising here, the second worst coach at covering the spread, 33.3%, Sean Clark of Appalachian State.
That is a little surprising.
Yep.
Now, you'll have an opportunity to get down on Sean Clark Thursday night against Marshall. They're laying 7.
That's right, and that's a Thursday night, 6:30 main ESPN game. The worst guy, now 33%, Brown, is the second worst. The worst guy in the country at covering the spread is 19.5%. Now, remember, this is a minimum of 10 games at your current school, 19.5%.
I would guess Lance Leopold, but he hasn't been there 10 games at Kansas.
I'll go Dino Babers at Syracuse.
It is Tom Arth of Akron.
Well, they're terrible. They just get blown out by everybody.
They can't give them enough points,
Yeah, I guess
apparently.
you can't make the lines big
You can't
enough.
give them enough points.
You really can't.
Well, again, they beat Bowling Green, just to let you guys know that.
They probably didn't cover.
So Bowling Green's the worst team in FBS? Is that your suggestion, Lance?
Yeah, but so Akron gets Ohio State this week.
Oh, name the number. What is the number?
The number's 49.
Number 4, a guy you like, back to the positive. I've got the whole list now. Chris Kleiman covers at 65.4%. You see how quickly, though, you get now down near 50%.
You know, this is how people like to play, trends and angles. And so now that this list is out, people will jump on board. And that's not a good spot this week for Kansas State. Oklahoma State's coming off a really physical game. They shouldn't have beaten Boise State. We had Oak State this past weekend, though. It was a fun game to watch. But now Oak State's laying a touchdown, and I think people will be all over Kansas State.
Some more interesting names on this list in this hour of the show, brought to you by our friends at Champy's, champyschicken.com. Highway 119, perfect with that chicken on a stick. Those tamales, the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, you can't beat it. champyschicken.com. Stop by and see them on Highway 119 in Alabaster and tell them you heard about it on TNR. So it's Pittman, Hugh Freeze, Shiano Kleiman, Jim McElwain, Brady Hoke at San Diego State, Jamie Chadwell at Coastal Carolina, 62.5%, and then a few SEC names. Jimbo Fisher, the 8th best in the country at covering.
I was gonna guess him next after Sam Pittman.
61.5%. Jeff Traylor of UTSA, who you like. Will Healy. Oh, excuse me. I skipped over. Jimbo Fisher's 8th. Lane Kiffin is 9th. You said he was good at doing that. Then Jeff Traylor is 10. Will Healy. Ed Orgeron is 12th. 59.7%.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised by that.
37-25 in his time at LSU.
I mean, 2019, I bet they probably covered just about every week in 2019, I would guess. That team was so dominant, blew so many people out.
Big numbers, though.
Yeah.
Sean Lewis, Kent State is 14th at 15 on the list. 37-26 against the spread in his time. Bill Clark of UAB, 58.7% of the time they cover the spread.
There was some sort of stat against the spread about Bill Clark. I thought you've always talked about how good he was against the spread.
He was
recently.
incredible, and especially at home.
Yeah.
Matt Campbell, 18. Dan Mullen, 20. I'm having to do this on the fly with the numbers. Kirby Smart's around 25. You go all the way down. I'm trying to find Nick Saban. Dabo comes in at 54.6%. There's Nick Saban, 105 and 88 all time, 54.4% against the spread.
A little lower than I would have thought, but as Lance has mentioned a couple times, the numbers got so big for Alabama. I mean, they still are. I mean, they were a 14-point favorite on the road at the number 11 team in conference. The number 11 team nationally, it's an in-conference game, and they're a 14-point favorite.
The 4th worst at covering, I gave you Loeffler, Clark, and Arth. The worst Power 5 coach at covering the spread, 9-16. My buddy Jeff Collins in the ATL, the 404, only covers the spread 36% of the time. He did this past weekend, though.
He did. He covered it in a big way this past weekend when they actually outgained Clemson in Death Valley. That's a tough job he's had, though, and he's had some tough losses there, and he's gotten blown off the mound some.
Our friends at Gutter Cap bringing you the show today. It's that time of year where you want to make sure your gutters are capped. Had some friends who signed up with our buddy C. Stu the other day.
Hey, look, it's a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. It keeps out the debris. Eliminate that gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty, almost a 20-year service record right here in Alabama. Call our good friend Chris Stewart today, 823-2212. Cap it. Don't snap it. You can also go online, guttercapbirmingham.com. And remember, right now, 45% off the retail price. If you call C-Stu, 823-2212, GutterCap.
Brandon Marcello, 24/7 Sports, overreactions in his world after Week 3, next on the next round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
All right, guys, I don't know about you, but there is one game I don't ever want to be out of. And that's why I'm glad we have the Alabama Men's Clinic right here in Birmingham. They have treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. There are many different causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. The Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. You can set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. I know what you're thinking. A lot of guys actually just take a pill, but sometimes that pill doesn't work, or it can give you unwanted side effects. Let the pros come up with your game plan. There's no need to wait. Depression, anxiety, a new connection with that special person in your life. It could be all just one important play away. Call 205-598-7000 or get back in the action at alabamamensclinic.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Let's face it, we all have a favorite something. This is LT talking about my favorite men's store, Shea's in downtown Homewood. Why do I like this store so much? And what makes Shea's so unique? Well, to start, they have been in business since 1922. Yes, 1922. And they offer an eclectic mix of menswear brands from classic to contemporary, such names as Xenia, Canali, Peter Millar, and many more. They have an in-house alteration personnel who understands that fit is key. And Shea's gets it right. Whether they're fitting a suit, shirt, or jeans, they offer unbeatable service with a sales staff that truly understands the products and how they fit your individual lifestyle in any occasion. Whether it's your work, leisure time with friends, or a formal event like a wedding, stop by Shea's and see if you don't agree. This store is simply the best. That is Shea's in historic downtown Homewood, where you will feel at home when you arrive and well-dressed when you leave.
Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch. That's what you get at Walk-On's. And now mix in the best atmosphere to watch live sports. Add that elite-level beer selection, and you've got a winner just off Highway 280 and 119. Happy hour at Walk-On's is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-On's mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-On's.
Suffering from an old sports injury? Or tweak a joint being a weekend warrior? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics may be able to reduce or eliminate your knee, hip, or shoulder pain, increase your mobility, and get you back in the game. From pediatrics to geriatrics, appointments are available at 9 convenient locations affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
The Double Down Media Podcast family is live, including the Mystery Fifth Hour, a chance for the next round host to talk everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, the weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours of bourbon in the world. And the Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. Lance Taylor takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
And you know, because we had the Lions on TV last night, Rockstar, it feels like the holidays already.
It does. We're just got to get between Halloween and Christmas.
That's
Happy
right.
Thanksgiving.
Yeah, Thanksgiving just blows by. But if you're starting to think about the holidays, the place to remember our friends at Bromberg's.
Yes, Dunaway. Nothing like giving or getting that silver box from our friends at Bromberg's. Family owned and operated since 1836. What do you think people were doing in Birmingham in 1836 outside of buying great jewelry from Bromberg's?
Watching the Lions lose.
Yeah, they were getting ready for the Iron Bowl, which would be happening in about 60 years.
Hey, if you're looking for quality diamonds as well as jewelry timepieces, great gifts, they've also got an extensive giftware department to service the registries of brides and grooms in the Birmingham area. Go see our friends at Bromberg's, 2 locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. For more information and to view that online store, go to brombergs.com.
Paul, we got to throw the tight end when we invent the forward pass in 60 years.
Brandon Marcello with us, 24/7 Sports, at B Marcello on Twitter, and he is on the Pepsi hotline. What's up, Brandon? How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Doing wonderful. We do a stock report each week, stock up, stock down. I did C.J. Stroud. I don't have to ask where you stand on it because I read your work. You might have even been the inspiration for my stock report. You opened the discussion that maybe even it's time to look at seeing what the other quarterbacks at Ohio State look like.
Yeah, number one, that's part of my overreactions piece. It's like my gut feeling immediately after the game. So, but having said that, I do think that Ohio State needs to give Kyle McCord a shot this week. They're playing a terrible opponent. Auburn fans know him fully well at Akron. And so they got an opportunity here to build some depth, get some experience for Kyle McCord, because the issue with C.J. Stroud, and there's several issues with C.J. Stroud. He might be a top 10 passer and everything right now, but there's something missing. He's misfiring on passes, particularly 20 yards down the field. They say that there's some shoulder pain going on with him. So I don't understand why you keep playing him against these lesser opponents, Tulsa or Akron, when he might need rest anyway. So rest him up, put Kyle McCord out there and see what he's capable of. Don't go out there and, play a player that might be 80, 85% and he struggles, or you might worsen his injury by playing him in C.J. Stroud. So I think they need to give Kyle McCord a little bit of a shot here, see what he can do, because at some point this season they might need him anyway, even if Stroud doesn't struggle, just because of the injury he's apparently suffering through right now with his shoulder.
I don't know what we've got with Michigan. I mean, they've been dominant. There's no doubt. They're sitting at number 19 in the polls. They're 3-0. It's been over 3,600 days the last time Michigan beat Ohio State. I forgot the exact number. Something insane like that, though. When you watch both of these teams, if this game was played on Saturday, do you give Michigan a fighting shot?
Yeah, I give them a shot. Yeah, absolutely. I think that it would be a pretty close game if Ohio State's defense continues to play the way it has been playing. That defense has been pretty bad. I mean, listen, it was a one-touchdown game with Tulsa late in the fourth quarter, and Tulsa is not just a bad team. They lost an FCS team, UC Davis, in week 1. I would certainly give Michigan a shot, especially if Michigan was doing well in the run game the way it's been. I've been seeing so far this season. I think that would be something that would really be the difference in that game for them, because it would open things up downfield in the passing game against an already weak Ohio State secondary. But if you can run the ball against Ohio State, any team for that matter that can run the ball against Ohio State this year, they're probably going to have a shot at winning it if they can keep it close going into the latter part of the third quarter. So, yeah, certainly. I give Michigan a shot right now. I think this weekend will show a lot about Michigan. Michigan plays Rutgers. They host Rutgers. Rutgers is playing some pretty salty football right now. But the thing is, Rutgers has not defeated a ranked opponent. I was doing the research last night. I think since 2009, they got a 30-game losing streak against ranked opponents. And so, Michigan, they've got what it takes this year to maybe get to 10 wins. And for Jim Harbaugh, that's enough to probably keep him around for next year.
LSU and Mississippi State get back together this weekend, Brandon, and it's been about 365 days since Mississippi State shocked us and blew out LSU and showed us that LSU wasn't going to back up that 2019 championship. Since that game, who has disappointed you most, LSU or Mississippi State? Did you expect more from State after that day, or did you expect LSU to bounce back? I would accept both as an answer here.
Yeah, I would say both, but I'm going to give the edge here to Mississippi State disappointing me the most because, one, after that game, I was sitting there thinking, okay, that's probably an 8-win Mississippi State team, or a type of 8-win team. Obviously, we didn't play a full season last year, but that was a team that looked like a solid mid-range bowl team, and they certainly did not prove that the rest of the season. They were very one-dimensional. They couldn't really adjust against teams that were dropping 8 and trying to confuse the quarterback against that air raid. And then early this season, in the off season, they had all these transfers leave. They had new players come in. It seemed like Mike Leach had finally settled on a quarterback. It seemed like he had the type of players he wanted. And, say what you want about the officiating and the blown calls against Memphis this past weekend, but Mississippi State has not been impressive at all since that LSU game last season. I have not watched 1 minute of football from Mike Leach's team and went, you know what, they seem pretty good. Listen, I think it doesn't get enough attention just because Mississippi State has that, I guess that aura around them that they should be happy and lucky to have 7 or 8 win seasons. But what's happened there since Dan Mullen left, to me, is like the absolute worst thing that could have happened to them. They have gone through one coach, Joe Moorhead, quickly decided to fire him, brought in Mike Leach to try to make it exciting again, and instead it's been pretty much a bore. That offense has been a pain to watch. I mean, it's been absolutely dreadful to watch it. And they don't seemingly do any adjustments because the offense is what the offense is.
Right.
And I just don't like it at all. And at least compared to LSU, Ed Orgeron's trying to make changes and hiring and firing people. And Mike Leach, that's not happening.
Brandon Marcello as well. That's 24/7 Sports at B Marcello on Twitter. He appears on the Pepsi hotline. Before covering Auburn and Mississippi State, Brandon covered Arkansas as well. So you know a lot of people there. And from the outside looking in, Bob Petrino was more successful, but absolutely nobody likes Bob Petrino. Sam Pittman appears to me to be the most popular Arkansas coach easily since Frank Broyles.
Yeah, I would say so. I think that there was a little bit of Houston Nutt in there his first couple of years. They were really in love with him here. And then it kind of soured quickly. But, yeah, he's done an amazing job here, not just, well, obviously winning here early this season, but kind of winning over the fan base because, I mean, goodness gracious, I went to the Texas game, covered it, wrote a behind-the-scenes column from it, and talking to Sam and the athletics director here, and you could just sense it was like a decade's worth of just frustration just poured out onto that field, not just from the players and coaches, but mostly from the fan base. I've been to, I don't know how many Arkansas games over the years. That was by far probably the loudest I've ever been at. And them storming the field, I know some people may have been like, why are they storming the field? And it's like, man, you have to understand. They've gone through absolutely 10 years of hell where they were at a point under Bobby Petrino where they were going to the Sugar Bowl. They were winning 10 games a year, 11 games. And then it just fell apart when he drove his motorcycle off the side of the road. And now they're finally having some success because this program has not had success since then, really. And they have been just beaten up and dragged through the mud. People wondering in the offseason, like, maybe they'd be a better fit in the Big 12. And they're not really an SEC program. And it was kind of neat to see that all in person that one night against Texas. It all come out. And, with Sam Pittman, I mean, he's just kind of a folksy but boisterous guy and doesn't really take any crap from people and will just correct you. And he has a pretty clear vision with things. So, like, for example, after that Texas game, everybody's doing horns down. Players are doing it, fans are doing it, all that stuff. They're a big rival for Arkansas through the years. And someone asked, Sam Pittman, hey, have you done the horns down yet? And he goes, no, that's not for me. I mean, you guys can do it. Everybody else can do it, but I'm not that type of guy. So he speaks his mind, but he's always got a rationale behind it that you can believe in, whereas some coaches will just sound arrogant in doing so. He comes across as pretty thoughtful when it comes to things like that.
Brandon, this will probably seem obvious, but better chance of losing a regular season game, Alabama or Georgia? And obviously the reason I ask is the SEC West is so much more difficult.
I'm going to say Georgia, actually. After watching Florida, I don't know. I mean, that's the one game that Georgia could lose on that schedule. And if Florida finds a week – listen, what was so impressive about that Alabama-Florida game this week wasn't necessarily like, oh, look at what Florida's doing, but it was how they were doing it because Dan Mullen adjusted offensively and was kind of just poking at Alabama to see what the weaknesses were. And he found it, and he went, oh, wow, I can run to the outside on Alabama's defense. I've never been able to do that. And he adjusted, and they started taking advantage of that. And, I think with Florida, their offense I thought would be pretty good this year, but it seems like that they have found a way to be much more physical in running the football than I was expecting. And against Georgia, if they can have any semblance of success running the ball against Georgia, they got a shot to beat them. Georgia's defense, we all know, is world-class. It is a top defense, top-graded defense in the entire country, according to Pro Football Focus, and that run defense is phenomenal. They held South Carolina, I think, to like 30-something yards through three quarters on the ground. If Florida can just crack 100 yards against Georgia on the ground, I like their chances in that game. But having said that, you say Alabama, Ole Miss, and A&M, they'll beat Ole Miss. A&M, I'm not so sold on A&M right now just because of what they have not been able to do offensively. And so I would say more likely to me by a smidge here, I'd say it's Georgia losing in the regular season.
Brandon, you know the veterans on that Auburn roster as good or better than anybody else because of your time there. How does Bo Nix and the veterans of that team bounce back from what you saw at Happy Valley? Did you take some positive signs from that game?
The one thing I can say is they need to run the ball 50 times a game with Tank and Hunter. I mean, it is so clear to me what the obvious strengths are to that team. Not only that, but you can lean on those two running backs and call it a day. But do that, and you're going to win enough games to keep people happy. Listen, it sounds like I'm always piling on Bo Nix, and it sounds like everybody always is. But I expected more against Penn State from him. I thought we were going to see him come to life and finally get something going on the road because of that offense. He seems more comfortable in that offense compared to Gus Malzahn's offense. And I didn't see it. And then if you look at the analytics of it, down the field, 20 yards or more, according to Pro Football Focus, you only had one good pass in the entire game and 5 incompletions of 20-yard attempts or more. 5 of those incompletions were his fault, not the receivers or the defense. It was his fault, according to Pro Football Focus, when they studied the film. And he's just not making the big-time throws you need to make to win games like that. So this is a program that is built to compete against the big dogs, but they need an elite quarterback to be able to beat them. And Bo Nix has not been that guy, and against Penn State, he was not that guy. He makes 1 or 2 throws in that game of the aforementioned 20-plus yard throws, they would have won. And I hate to say that. I like the kid. I think he works about as hard as anybody else in college football. But the analytics and the film shows that he's just not elite.
All right, go follow Brandon on Twitter at @bmarcello. Read him at 247sports.com. Excellent read there. Good follow on Twitter as well. Thank you so much, Brandon. Always great talking with you.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, Brandon Marcello with us on the Pepsi Hotline.
By the way, Alabama did get that 31-point mark this past week, 31-29, so that's 41 wins in 44 straight games. They've gone 44 straight games of getting at least 31 points, and they're 41-44 in that. That's 29 of the last 29 when they've hit 31, so that's an interesting stat.
That's one of the reasons I kind of wanted to remind the viewers and listeners yesterday that were so critical of Pete Golding that Florida scored 29 points. 29 points, I know it seems like a lot against that Alabama defense, but in today's college football, 29 points is not a ton of points.
It was the 26 that they scored the final 3 quarters.
I get it.
Only 3 in the first. Part of our show brought to you by Wayne's. EnviroPest Service is available to you now with $60 off if you use the promo code TNR with your initial EnviroPest service. Call 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES-1, and use that TNR promo code to get the savings. The SEC country is full of pests. That's why you need our friends at Wayne's to control the pests. They take care of all of us on the next round. They're the exclusive providers for residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and that unbelievable lawn care service that'll have your lawn looking great in 2022. Now's the time to sign up with Wayne's with that promo code TNR. Go to 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES-1. Brownie?
Ole Miss has a bye week this week, so guess which game their players are already talking about?
They're talking Alabama.
Including running back Jerry and Ely. Now, let me say at the outset here, I am not a believer in what is it?
Message board?
Not message board. Bulletin board. Bulletin board material. I don't believe in that, okay? But here's Jerry and Ely. I don't believe there's anybody that can beat us but ourselves. Which, by the way, is confidence not many Ole Miss players have ever had. I'll say that. I can't remember an Ole Miss player ever having this quote. I don't believe there's anybody that can beat us but ourselves.
Well, Ely went 120 and 2 touchdowns over 6 yards a carry against Bama last year.
Yeah, I
can play.
I would say Alabama feels the same way, and they felt like maybe they almost let Florida beat them this week because of Alabama.
Well, and I think that's what it would take. Again, Alabama's a better team than Ole Miss. We'll see how improved this Ole Miss defense is in a week.
Alabama's a better team than Florida. That game almost went OT.
Ole Miss to win this game has got to be positive in the turnovers.
Yeah,
got to be.
Fun game in 2 weeks. Alabama with a little tune-up with Southern Miss this week. Auburn with a tune-up with Georgia State. What Brian Harsin said from his news conference when we come back. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Nichols Outfitters.
For hunters and firearm enthusiasts in the audience, you can find the widest selection of pistols, rifles, shotguns in the area in the showroom there at Nichols Outfitters in Pelham. For the first time, hunters to the seasoned hunting veterans. Find what you're looking for at Nichols Outfitters off exit 242, I-65 in Pelham. In-store, online at nicholsoutfitters.com. Brian Harsin next.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Win your tailgates this year with Champy's world-famous fried chicken. Fresh to order and worth the wait, you can dine in or use their call-ahead drive-thru. At Champy's, you get southern staples like chicken on a stick and Mississippi Delta homemade hot tamales. They're the best I've ever tasted. See it all online or order at champyschicken.com. You can mix it up with po' boys, tenders, and those full fried chicken plates. Right on Highway 119 in Alabaster, it's fresh and worth the drive on your way to the beach or the big game. Order online right now at champyschicken.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. As you guys know, the team at Hemphill Services are my go-to guys for all things heating and cooling. Recently, a unit went out in the house. Of course, Hemphill were the guys I called. Always professional, always courteous. Hemphill Services, they've been serving Birmingham since 1954. They're who Birmingham trusts. They're who I trust to do the job right and at a fair price. Hemphill Services, independent train dealer, and they service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. 205-229-2090. That's 229-2090. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459. One Man in the Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees, from residential to commercial. One Man in the Toolbox has the background to help you with almost any project. 823-2111.
ERA King real estate agents are out there every day working hard to make home buying easy. I'm Jim Dunaway, and I know firsthand ERA King's commitment is to support them with the most innovative training and technology available. So even though home values may change, ERA King agents stay priceless. Text the word MOVE to 35260. That's 35260 to get started. ERA King, working hard to make home buying easy.
Some things just stand the test of time. Your old truck, an aged bourbon, the memory of your first girlfriend, and a classic pair of Red Wing boots. Fall is upon us, and Red Wing boots are the ones every guy must have. Whether you're on the job site, working in the yard, exploring the trail, or heading out for the evening, Red Wing shoes will have you covered. Certified fit specialists will make sure you get the most comfortable boots with convenient locations in Pelham next to Publix and the new Trussville location between Metro Diner and Taco Mama. Red Wing boots, a classic you can enjoy every day.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Wayne's, headquartered in Birmingham. They are committed to providing world-class service every time since 1973, serving over 100,000 families from businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville, providing residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services. Put in promo code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service, 866-WAYNES1.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Lock of the day, every day, from my man Lance, is brought to you by Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing, ironmountainworld.com. Jeremy Purvis and the crew there. They can handle commercial and residential plumbing needs, and they give you free quotes. I don't say that enough. Free quotes from Jeremy Purvis and his crew at ironmountainworld.com, 205-516-4927. Sometimes it sounds like a fantastic amusement park, Iron Mountain World. But that's the website, ironmountainworld.com. For a great plumber, it's Jeremy Purvis. Give me a lock.
A's still battling for the postseason right now, taking on Seattle. 8:40 first pitch tonight. We are backing the A's minus 135. Don't want to say we're on a heater, but we're on a heater.
We're on a heater.
You're on a heater, but we don't talk about heaters here. But 14-4 over the weekend for LT's Lock. You can get all his plays at lanceslock.com. But the free one every day is brought to you by Jeremy Purvis, ironmountainworld.com. Hey, kids, ironmountainworld.com. Just drain it. All right, it's time now for our Brian Harsin flashback to his news conference. Said some interesting stuff yesterday afternoon. We give you Nick Saban live every Monday, but Brian Harsin does his news conference in the afternoon when we're done with the show here through streaming it. So we bring it back to you from our Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-through. Listen to this first comment, and then we'll tell you about Hamburger Heaven. But he wasn't really happy with some of the passing. You heard Brandon Marcello talk about this. Some of the passing in the game, the pass offense in this game, and the expectations from his passing offense, quarterback, receivers, and such. Here's the Auburn head coach, Brian Harsin.
It comes down to, I think there's opportunities for that. I think there were, from a scheme standpoint, chances to do that. We've got to be able to hit them. We've got to be able to catch them. You got to have more explosives than we had in this game. You can run the ball. You got to have some explosive plays. You can put 12, 13-play drives together, but you want to try to create some momentum. And it doesn't always have to be just a play down the field. It can also be, an even shorter throw that somebody's able to take and make something out of it. Those are things that we've got to find ways to create those opportunities for more explosives because that's a big part of it.
It was such a nip and tuck game with great enthusiasm that you go back and you think about it or you watch it again, you realize there really were not a lot of big chunk plays for Auburn. They had to matriculate it down the field to score.
They did, and unfortunately Auburn's defense played pretty well, but there were some chunk plays by Penn State on wide open guys, and that was a huge difference in the game. Lance, they had a touchdown in the first possession, and it's not really – Bo Nix may get dinged for this throw, but he had pressure right at his feet. He couldn't step into it, and he missed that touchdown.
Yeah, and that was Demetrius Robertson, right?
Yep, wide open. Well, not wide open, behind the secondary.
You'll get those explosive plays from Tank and Hunter, but I don't know how many you're going to get through the air. I just don't. You go back to last year, and we already had, I think, from Luginbill referenced Seth Williams. You also had Anthony Swartz, who really stretched the field. Brown brought up, hey, do they really have those elite receivers? It doesn't look like it right now.
This is our on-campus drive-thru brought to you by our friends at Hamburger Heaven.
Since 1982, Hamburger Heaven, serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, french fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients fresh, prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-patted each day for breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, Homewood. It's Hamburger Heaven.
I really liked this yesterday. So hard-fought game, national TV, battle of 2 top 25 teams. And Brian Harsin, who was the players of the game in this one?
We didn't have any players of the game. We don't do that when there's a loss. But I did think there were guys that did play well, and there were some good performances from several guys on the team. But overall, just guys were disappointed, as they should be. And we need to take away what we learned from this game, apply it to this week, and use that as motivation going into the preparation that we need to have against a really good Georgia State team.
Now 70%, 75%, 80%, I don't have scientific numbers. People loved that. There were a handful of people who didn't like that. They thought maybe that could, make some of the players disgruntled. I don't buy that at all.
I think he knows his team.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, look, Tank had a good game. Smoke Monday had a good game.
I was going to say,
Wooden had a good game.
Let me name them. Wooden, Smoke Monday on one side, Tank Bigsby, John Samuel Schinker on the other side.
I wouldn't put Monday in there. I mean,
a pretty good game.
A couple of those tight end things I think were his assignment.
A couple of tackle for loss, though. I mean, he's all over the field.
Yeah, I don't watch the film, Jim. I'm just going off the TV cut.
Yeah.
I didn't watch the all 22.
I was in the bourbon by then, too.
Yeah.
More of our on-campus drive-through. For this Auburn team, the competition moving forward, the goals moving forward, Brian Harsin had a chance to talk about competing down the road for the Tigers.
Well, I think it's a combination of, our opponents doing a good job of executing their pass game, so guys actually catching the ball and doing that. But we've got to come up and challenge them. That's too high of a completion percentage. We got to create some pass rush and be able to make the quarterback have to move in the pocket, and so create some opportunities there. That's an area that we know we can improve on. The fundamental of the game is covering, and we've got to be able to really work through the techniques and improve in those areas as we move forward. And, we need to get those numbers down for sure.
Now just the first part of that again, Rockstar, the same one. He's a former quarterback coach. Is this a little shot at Bo Nix that when he basically says, their guy, or it's something like they completed those opportunities? Listen to this. It's a little veiled shot at the quarterback maybe.
Well, I think it's a combination of, our opponents doing a good job of executing their pass game, so guys actually catching the ball and
maybe I'm reading too much.
That.
I think you may be.
Their guys executing the pass game.
Here's what I would say, and far be it from me to be a Bo Nix defender, but here's what I would say. If I'm Bo Nix and you want to view that as a shot at me, where's my Jahan Dotson?
That's right.
I mean, yeah. Sean Clifford was whatever he was, 28 of 34, 20 of 32. Show me I would love to see a Jahan Dotson on this field.
And you know how many pressures that Clifford had? One.
Yeah.
What happened when they got one pressure on him? The interception.
But, Bo only had 4 pressures. Bo didn't even know it until I brought it up yesterday that he wasn't sacked.
That's true. He did not know that, but he does not have anything close to it to Jahan Dotson.
I agree with you 100%. I just wonder, there were 2 picks that were dropped. One was a pick 6. And, that game ends up being a double-digit game where Penn State wins that game by 14 points if they don't drop the pick 6. And I just wonder how different the narrative is today. You can already hear some people are semi-critical of Bo. But if he throws multiple picks, including a pick 6, they lose by 14. Do you think anyone out there is saying, when are we going to see TJ?
Yeah, that may happen at some point.
And I don't think Bo was bad. I mean, I thought he was okay. I thought he was good in the first half. I thought he was very average in the second half.
Brian Harsin got the question about the 4th down call. Bo told us on the show live that the play call had multiple options.
Correct, 5.
And he read it as a way, this should be the fade. Quarterback read there. He had multiple options. Here's how Brian Harsin answered the 4th down question.
That's a tough question there. Was it the right play call? It didn't work. And so, everybody's assumption on that. But there's, that's a good play. That's something that we prepared. That's something down there in that situation that has been prepared and that we've executed in practice and have done a good job of that. It's the first time we've had a chance to use it in a live game. And so it's just a matter of time, right, before you have a chance to call that. But you work on it. And there's options on that play. I'm not going to take you through the whole progression of it. But there are options on that play there. And I thought, from the standpoint of having a good play, we did. We're going to be in that situation again. We're going to be down there inside the 5-yard line with the 4th and goal of some kind. And we got to find a way on 4th down plays. When you're in those situations, it comes down to, you got to make a play.
Well, my advice, don't call that play again. And it did look like the first time you had run that.
Yeah. It did. It was nothing looked right about that play. And Kobe Hudson, what is he, 6 foot maybe? And I don't know every Auburn receiver height, but he does not look like the guy I'd be running the fade to.
I think he's 6'1".
Okay,
but
maybe 6'1". Yeah.
Yeah, that's our on-campus drive-through with Brian Harsin this week as Auburn comes down from Penn State to take on Georgia State until they get into the SEC schedule. Brought to you by our friends at Hamburger Heaven.
Such a great product Pete Flack and his great staff have out there. Since 1982, Hamburger Heaven, serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, fries, milkshakes, sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients fresh, prepared daily for breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, Homewood. It's Hamburger Heaven.
So when we roll back, it's time for our 3 and Out today. Some interesting questions from LT right around the corner on the next round.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
At AmFirst, you always come first, especially during this summer of freedom. That's why they're offering their very best rates to members right now, so you can hit the road and see it all with an even lower auto loan. And while you're feeling so free, you'll get even more for free from AmFirst, like free gas when you refinance your car, free rewards on checking, and the chance to get more free in giveaways and prizes. AmFirst is making your summer freer than ever because this is your summer, the summer of freedom at AmFirst. For more information, visit them online, amfirst.org/promotions. Available to qualifying members only. Certain restrictions apply. AmFirst is an equal housing lender, NMLS number 403456. Federally insured by the NCUA. No purchase necessary. For complete offer details and rules, call 1-800-633-8431 or visit them online for more information. Go to amfirst.org. Again, go online, amfirst.org. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Are you sick of leasing your life away? Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Mortgage Right has the cure. With locations nationwide, our friends at Mortgage Right are dedicated to making the home buying process easy. They are eager to offer tips, tools, and a staff of industry professionals to move you in with confidence. So if you're ready to let go of the leasing life and start living life, Mortgage Right can help. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri. For your next round of residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services, do what my family does and trust Wayne. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Wayne's may be headquartered here in Birmingham, but they're serving more than 100,000 families and businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville. And right now, get started with their EnviroPest service for $60 off when you use the code TNR. Get started by calling 866-WAYNES1, and don't forget the code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com. Did you know 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer? September is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, and the expert urologists at Urology Centers of Alabama are leading the way in diagnosing and treating men with prostate cancer. Early detection is the key to survival. Guys, if you're over 50, it's time to have your PSA levels checked. It only requires a simple blood test and physical exam. With 13 convenient locations, making an appointment is a no-brainer. Visit urologycentersalabama.com or call 205-930-0920.
All right, next round presented by Bud Light from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, high atop Blue Lake Center. We're going to get to our 3 and Out in the final segment. We want to work in a couple of special things in this segment. And one of them is our buddy Jeff in Anniston, who joins us now on the phones. Hey, Jeff, how are you, buddy?
I'm doing good, man. That was weird there. Okay. I'm used to when you call my name, it does that static thing, and then it comes back on.
We've got a
state-of-the-art
brand new phone system, so I guess it doesn't do that. Here, let me put you back on hold and see if
Rockstar can do static for you.
Jeff and Edison. Did it do it there?
It's beeping.
No, there you go.
It makes
You're welcome.
a beeping noise.
We did that just for you.
I thought my cheek hit one of the buttons or something for me.
Just tell us what movie you'd like.
Yeah. Maybe you should just say the movie. Kind of getting antsy. I got a colonoscopy coming up on Thursday, so I'm getting a little nervous about that.
All right, it's okay. It's a breeze. I think we've all done them.
I've had it, but this time they've added, you got to do like 2 enemas the morning of now, and you didn't used to have to do that. I'm not happy about that.
No, literally the pain in the ass is the day before.
Yeah. I've never had to do an enema. I've had 3 of them, and enema's never been a part of it.
It wasn't for me last time. I'm like, I want to be asleep when all that's going on back there.
Yeah, what boxes are you checking?
Yeah.
I don't want to be asleep. Get me awake.
That's the way they do a colonoscopy in prison.
I'm like, man, I'm gonna be so cleaned out. They won't even need a scope. They can just pry me open a little bit, look through my mouth. All right,
be a chocolate bunny.
I was watching an '80s movie called Ghost House. I was watching it on Riff Tracks, and they brought up a question. I was wondering, and back in their day, hotter, Kelly LeBrock or Kim Basinger?
Kim Basinger.
Kelly LeBrock
That's
was
a tough
hot.
one.
Well, I tell you, if you ever seen The Woman in Red, they did not have the Mach 3 back then.
No, that Gene Wilder, man.
I would go Kim Basinger too.
Oh, I got one right. I have to pull up Kelly LeBrock.
Well, and Kim Basinger just had she extended it longer. I mean, even into the 90s, into the late 90s with L.A. Confidential, she looked really good. Have you ever seen her in The Getaway with Alec Baldwin?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
And would you think I was?
But Weird Science. That was
her coup de grace.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah.
And I guess it'd be kind of weird, but I thought Kim Basinger was sexiest in that Last Dance for Mary Jane. But
Tom Petty.
I tell you, Kim Basinger
she was dead the entire
did not look good in Blind Date.
No,
she had dark hair.
she had a little problem in that one.
It's a little drinking problem.
And LT, I guess I might be late to this party, but have you noticed how much Ariana Grande looks like Audrey Hepburn?
She does. She does have that look a little bit. Yeah.
Her eyes and cheekbones, man, are just like hers. But, all right. And LT, you said that.
I think Brown's typical lunch weighs more than Ariana, though.
That's right. So was Audrey Hepburn. She was a little waif. But y'all said on YouTube was a game changer for your show, so I've started watching instead of listening. You're right. I like the little cues you give to each other and just the little ins and out, hand signals, all that. And it seems like there's a lot more sexual tension than just listening to. So that's kind of cool and everything. So I like that. All right, true or false? 2021 national champion will be the weakest since 2007 LSU.
I'd lean true right now.
Yeah, I would lean true right now. I mean, if JT Daniels wins a national championship,
nobody looks great right now.
They really do not. I think I'd lean true.
I mean, what if? I mean, this may blow your mind. What if Florida is great
right? What if Florida wins the rest of their games and they embarrass Georgia and they're in the SEC championship game and you play another classic with Alabama?
Unless you're going to tell me that Emory Jones is going to have his Cam Newton moment and
just what if Alabama just drills everybody the rest of the way, including Florida and then whomever's in the playoffs? I mean, I think it's too early. I mean, nobody's giving Florida credit for possibly being great.
Well, I lean yes that this could be the worst national champion since.
Dunaway, you sound like my brother. He's the same way. He thinks Florida's just that good, but I don't know.
Well, I'm not saying I think that. I said, but I leave open the possibility that it's possible.
All right, more disappointing year so far. Rattler, the Clemson quarterback, and I'll throw C.J. Stroud in there.
I'll go DJ.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought we knew DJ was elite based on what he did at Notre Dame last year, and he's been a shell of that.
Yeah, I would go DJ Spencer and then CJ because CJ's
he's at least young.
Yeah, I mean, he's just getting his start. I mean, there's no excuses for the other guys.
But I've got to blame, again, going cup half full, I got to blame some of the other things at Clemson. Play calling. LT had stock down for Tony Elliott.
O-line.
I got to have the O-line because we saw last year with better play calling, better O-line, better receivers, DJ Uyunglele, better running backs. He looked elite. In 2 starts, he looked pretty darn good.
It's got to be the offensive line because I saw Shipley start to get really comfortable against Georgia Tech, and Nada and Ross are really good receivers. I don't know.
What's happened to Rattler this year? He doesn't have that excuse.
I don't know. A lot of people are blaming it on Oklahoma's receivers not as good.
You know, Jeff, I don't know if you were listening earlier, though. When you go through his first 3 games of last year where Rattler struggled, and he had an excuse. It was his first year as a starting quarterback for Lincoln Riley. His QBR at 82 is exactly what his QBR is, 82 through 3 games this year. So I still think he's going to get back on track.
So look out for Rattler here the last 3 quarters of the season is what he's saying.
Just a couple more, and I'll zip through them. LT and Dunaway, I really enjoyed y'all's latest edition of Players Club. I mean, Lance's Lock.
Yeah, I mean, hell, I don't know what it's called either. I make
you
up
do
a
that in that too.
I make up a different name.
I mean, we're 4 deep by that segment. Yeah. We record it right on Fridays.
We drink a lot on Fridays. Yeah, I forgot I even recorded it until you told me. Yeah.
I just figured y'all couldn't call it that no more, but but it's just as good as the old show. It's
thank you. Yeah. Names are just they really don't mean anything.
And then all of y'all, I think the Boston College Missouri game's interesting this week.
You're not kidding. I almost brought that up to one of our guests today. Is there a chance that Missouri beats Boston College at Chestnut Hill, 11 o'clock, ESPN 2?
Yes, there is.
I mean, I think it's a coin flip game. I lean Missouri. I think it's going to be a lot of offense.
Yeah, this is one of those pride games for the SEC, I believe, Jeff, that Boston College is unbeaten. Boston College is going to be good. Missouri is going to beat them.
ACC. And the ACC. They need to turn their little reputation around. Okay, last one. Will 3 teams with 1 loss make the playoffs? And has that ever happened before?
Oh, I think we have had it, yeah.
I don't know.
Maybe.
The year 2017. Yes. What about 2017?
Alabama was 1 loss. Georgia was 1 loss. Who were the other teams in there? Clemson was undefeated, I believe.
I'm going to guess Oklahoma.
I think Oklahoma.
Jeff, Georgia
Oklahoma would have lost to Kansas State, right?
Or Alabama, I think, will be undefeated, but I'm going to say everybody else will have a loss.
Yeah, 1 SEC team will be unbeaten. Everyone else with a loss. I'll go with that, too. Jeff, man, you're the best.
Yeah, thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff. Jeff, would really enjoy our friends at Greystone Chiropractic.
Jimmy D, right off Highway 280, 119 in Tattersall Park, the premier family wellness office in Birmingham. My guy, Dr. Lee Goldenberg at Greystone Chiropractor, focuses on the health of your nervous system. You get that spine properly aligned, it controls every cell, every tissue, and every organ in your body. And it's for every age. Dr. Lee always says it's easier to grow healthy kids than repair damage in adults. So make sure you don't delay taking care of your spine, getting healthier at Greystone Chiropractic. Enjoy a healthier life today. Visit GreystoneChiropractor.com, GreystoneChiropractor.com, or call 205-981-8090. 205-981-8090. I got to put a hat on for this.
Hold on. I got to put a hat on for this.
We got a hat. Why don't we have a hat, Jimmy Dunaway?
So we've got a hat. Take the Rockstar cam.
Look here there. Somebody's got him a birthday today. Move your head. We can't see the cake.
Move your head. There's the cake. Look at there.
22 years old today.
Somebody's got him a birthday.
Look at there. Happy birthday,
Happy
rock
birthday.
star. Put on your orange cone.
Lance is bringing you gifts.
Go Vols.
What else we got right there? We got is that a sash?
He's got me a bachelorette sash.
You got a cape and a sash.
Oh, look at the. Is it a bib or
it's a bib.
Cape?
It's a cape. No, it's a cape, LT.
It's a cape for Ladybird. You wear it.
You're going to choke to death.
When's the last time you've been choked out by a man?
By a man?
Well, LT usually saves that question for a cab ride in Atlanta.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Happy birthday,
Happy
Rockstar.
birthday. Wait, don't we have one more thing?
What? Oh, I think that got next.
Did he already leave?
No, we got to do the other thing.
Yes.
I'll clean it up by hand. Where's the other thing?
Oh, my God.
I'll clean.
I can tell you two things about this building. It's hot as hell. The parking sucks, and the fire alarm is loud. So
Has the fire alarm gone off today?
Not today. You'll know it if it goes off.
You'll know.
I've never seen birthday hats like this. I don't think they're birthday hats.
It's a traffic cone.
The Devo and traffic cones.
I think they're ready for us to run our drill. Like we set these up in the hallway and do the shuttle or something. All right.
Old are you, Rocky?
We're going to do the other thing?
I'm 22.
Go in there, LT. Do this.
Yeah. There we go. We got it now.
Okay, we're about to.
Oh, no. What are we doing?
Are we going to make. We're not going to announce this on the air.
No. It's on camera, though. It's on camera here.
We got one more thing. One more thing.
Yeah. Here we go.
Ready? Here we go. Oh! Not into the cake. Not into the cake. Not into the cake.
Well done, LT.
Blame yourself.
I'll pick it off. Don't worry. Hey, you need to blow those candles out before it sets off the fire alarm. Lance is right. I didn't think about that.
Yeah, or before the confetti gets burnt.
Well, happy birthday, Rockstar.
Thank you, guys. You want a piece of cake?
Yeah, I do. I love that cake.
All
right
right,
there.
get you some.
I'm gonna get me some. Don't you
I'll
worry.
be honest. This is our first birthday on the air in our new venture. We're gonna have to get better at this.
You know.
Yeah, we've got to do this for 15 more years.
Live and learn.
Mental note.
I'm guessing that's why someone was asking where the vacuum was today.
Yeah. We got a vacuum up here.
Next time LT asked Bo Nix a tough question, Bo's going to say, let me talk about that confetti. You put it right in the middle of the cake.
I didn't know what that thing did.
Yeah, I know it.
I thought it was going to pop more.
Well, I thought it was going to explode.
Me too.
Yeah, like the Trojans this past
I'm not
year.
used to that.
Yeah. Oh, silly string.
Is it silly string?
Yeah.
Thicker than usual.
Hit him again. Get him in the head.
That makes me get. Oh, God.
We're back in a moment on the next
Kirby was
round.
here.
Stay with us.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hear that? That's the plumpest, juiciest hot dogs you've ever seen getting their grill on. But we both know what'll make it sound even better. Oh yeah, it's a Pepsi to go with your hot dog. Because when you're chomping on America's favorite meal, relish, mustard, and onions perfectly blending into a crescendo of flavor, there's only one thing that makes everything about that moment better. A cold, refreshing Pepsi. See what I mean? It's like music to my ears. Hot dogs. Better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The team at Vulcan Tire and Automotive, they feel it's important for you to know they don't employ any salespeople or technicians that are incentivized with your commissions. When you are getting your vehicle serviced, the team is only incentivized to take care of you and your vehicle. That doesn't happen everywhere, but it does happen at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Again, 4 locations right here in Birmingham, Hoover, Moody, Trustful, and Gardendale. For more information, Vulcan Tire and Auto.com.
Take a second to listen to me. Do you have problems sleeping? Is your energy down? Your workouts not the same? Is your libido down? Your problem could be as simple as low testosterone. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution. You can come in, get a medical consultation and blood work. If medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website alabamamensclinic.com. Another side effect could be depression, and most men wait a year or longer before ever getting tested. The goal line to better sleep, more energy, a rekindled love life, and more may be as simple as getting your low T checkup at Alabama Men's Clinic. Located in Birmingham to serve you. The number again, 205-598-7000 or one click at alabamamensclinic.com. That's alabamamensclinic.com.
Cowan Equipment has had the honor of providing heavy equipment solutions to Alabama contractors for more than 80 years now. With one of the largest and most diverse heavy equipment rental fleets in the Southeast, stocked by Volvo Construction Equipment, Takuchi Mini Excavators, track loaders and skid steers, Groove and Cabelco cranes, Doosan portable compressors and light towers, Indico breakers, and much more. Cowan is your one-stop shop for all your heavy equipment needs. From short and long-term rental options, flexible rent-to-own, or straight purchase options, parts in stock and service you can depend on, let Cowan show you what it means to have a trusted partner who will keep you ahead of the game. Call Cowan at 800-239-2694 or visit cowan.com. Again, where you can always expect extra effort when it comes to your heavy equipment needs, call Cowan, the name you have trusted for decades, 800-239-2694, or visit them online at cowan.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
It is the American dream to buy your own home. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Mortgage Right wants to make that dream a reality with branches across the country. Mortgage Right has all the resources of a nationwide organization while maintaining the charm of a local lender. Mortgage Right makes home buying simple. If you are looking for a quick and caring mortgage experience, Mortgage Right is your go-to lender. Get started by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. Mortgage Right, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Developing news from down in New Orleans. This is coming from Kelsey Davis, who works with Fox 8 Live down in New Orleans. Her Twitter feed from their Tower Cam news word. There appears to be a fire from the roof of the Superdome in New Orleans. I mean, the Saints may never play at home again.
They can't catch a break.
They really cannot. It is awful.
Yeah, and a pretty significant fire. It literally flames coming out of the roof in a very small portion. You just hope it's some kind of liquid on the outside. They were doing something and it accidentally caught on fire. LT was supposed to just, send the confetti above the fire and it went right into the fire or something. But we'll keep an eye on that story down in New Orleans as the Superdome appears to be on fire right now in New Orleans, from Kelsey Davis of Fox 8 Live down there. Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at Sympio.
Yeah, Sympio, one of the fastest growing companies in the Southeast. One of the first phone calls we made here on the next round. We don't want to have to deal with all the BS that most offices have to deal with. When a business joins Sympio, they take care of the 4 pillars: compliance, HR, payroll, and benefits. When your company joins Sympio, you gain access to health care and employer benefits at prices only large organizations get. On average, Sympio is saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Sympio at any point of the year, no annual contract. That means you can get out at any time. That being said, Sympio, in over 3 years of business, 99% retention rate. You've got nothing to lose. Call Blake Patterson and his guys today. Let them run the numbers for you. 205-635-7467 or Sympio.com.
Okay, we've got to do 3 and out in 3 minutes flat. Okay, guys?
All right, I'm in.
Terry is dead right here. Brown breaking the rule. You never get the first slice of cake before the birthday boy gets
What did I literally say?
Yeah.
You asked me if I wanted one. I said, sorry, I have a show to do.
Yeah, exactly.
So
Show first, Brown.
Whatever.
All right, 3 and out brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
4 great locations throughout Birmingham. Drop by any of those locations today. Brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, more. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. You can also go online, VulcanTireAuto.com.
First down.
More concerning to you right now, Alabama's run defense or their rush offense?
For me, more concerning right now is their rush offense. I think that helps Bryce Young down the road, and I have a feeling, though it looked really bad, I think they can get the defense corrected a little bit. They don't have to get it corrected a lot, just a little bit to slow it down.
Yeah, and they haven't really rushed it great on anybody yet, and they're going to face teams that don't run it as well as Florida. So to me, you'll be able to stop some teams running.
And I've got confidence Henry To'oTo'o is. I mean, look, maybe an off day on Saturday in Gainesville. Yeah. He's a good player.
But they had a lot of third downs. They didn't get off the field on some of those late drives.
Second down.
Which former assistant more likely to beat Saban at this season? Would you go Lane or Kirby?
Still Kirby.
I would go Lane.
Yeah, I'm going to believe in Georgia more than I'm going to believe in Ole Miss. It's not really about the coach.
I'm scared to death of that Ole Miss offense right now.
The Ole Miss offense is crazy, but I think the Georgia defense is just as good as that Ole Miss offense.
And Ole Miss defense completely untested right now. We think they're better, but who have they played to show me they're actually better?
Yeah. I mean, have we really seen Georgia against a good defense?
No, we have
yet?
not. No, we haven't seen Georgia play a good offense. Is what we haven't seen.
Like all of a sudden, I'm not sure Georgia can beat Florida.
Yeah.
Third down.
Who retires first? Tom Brady, who you said might go to 50.
He said he might go to 50.
Or Aaron Rodgers,
I'll be happy with 49.
Who finally took a shower last night.
Who retires first?
Yeah.
Oh, Tom Brady. Aaron Rodgers will go somewhere else and be happy like Tom Brady has done.
I think Aaron Rodgers might shut it down after this year.
I kind of feel the same way.
I think he goes somewhere else and flashes middle fingers at the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah, I think Aaron Rodgers retires before Tom Brady, and that's crazy to think about.
That is.
Fourth down.
Hey, two huge celebrity birthdays today. Stephen King, 74, Bill Murray, 71. Better career, Stephen King or Bill Murray?
Oh, gosh. I mean, it's easy for me. I'm not a scary person. I mean, to me, I don't like scary things. I may be scary to you. I like Bill Murray a lot more, his work, so I'm going to say Bill Murray.
I like Bill Murray more, too, Brown. And
Stephen King wrote Shawshank Redemption.
Yeah, Stephen King. It's not even close. I mean, Stephen King.
He wrote Shawshank?
Oh, yeah. It was a short story, though. It's a very...
wrote The Green Mile?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stand By Me?
I would say Stephen King has at times been viewed as the best at what he does.
He wrote Stand By Me?
Mm-hmm.
No, I think you can make an argument. And look, I'm
Are
not
there
a
two
reader.
Stephen Kings?
Not a reader.
There's not.
Not a lit major. But he is one of the greatest fictional writers in history.
There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
His creativity is crazy.
He goes off the deep end because he loved him some cocaine back in the day.
Yeah, I'm going Stephen King.
Probably helped out.
But has he ever smoked the Kentucky bluegrass?
Bill Murray did.
Bill Murray did. All right, that is 3 and Out, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan.
Hey, still a little hot out in Alabama. You guys realize today's the last day of summer?
I did know that.
Drop by any of the 4 locations of Vulcan Tire and Auto for one of their AC checks to make sure you've got the fluids under the hood to stay cool behind the wheel. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
And we're back with you tomorrow. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.